in about an hour or so is what he last texted me. So I can go ahead and start, see if we can see what happens to you guys. I'm excited to try to use this creature. I'll tell you what it is after we're done.
Can you give me
not a
character sheet?
Oh yeah, let me do that. Mark, you should also have Clockwork Demork.
Grazie.
Alright, so Starla, are you here?
I am here.
And Ikreg?
I am here.
And Twitch?
Of course.
And Surikith?
I am here.
Tarar?
Present.
And Trepix?
Yes, I'm here.
Alright, so I'm going to give a quick summary. The journey was quite fantastical the last time we all got together, mostly because after you were able to activate the elevator, I'm going to focus on that scene because I really liked it. This elevator, one thing I forgot to point out that you would have noticed, I might have said it, but I might have said it really quickly. The same glowing blue wiring that you see threaded through the bodies of the gnomes that you've encountered is what the elevator was riding upon. They're like thick blue glowing cables, and the inside of the mountain was crisscrossed and spiderwebbed with these cables. The elevator was flung from one cable to another, going up, down, sideways, every which direction. A voice came over the intercom after you were randomly pushing buttons on the strange control panel, letting you know at which place the elevator was going to stop in less than a minute. Combinations of buttons were continuously pressed until you heard the strange voice over the air. You don't know what an intercom is, but just the voice in the sky notify you that you were going to be arriving at the vault. And the elevator descended quite rapidly at that point, disappearing out of the spiderweb of blue cables and descending deep into the bowels of the mountain. You could even feel the heat coming up from the bowels of the mountain as you thought you were approaching perhaps the center of the mountain, and that it was not just a mountain but a volcano as well. You descended and into the darkness way below till all light disappeared, and all you could sense was just the heat coming up from the darkness below. The elevator finally came to a stop, and the doors opened. And you arrive here. The elevator doors open to a long, narrow room, narrow in front of you, but wide to left and right. Almost as if this room was carved out of a crevasse deep in the mountain and not finished. The stone itself is the representative in the picture. The stone blocks are very, very large, almost too giant for gnomes to have carved them. There are 3 glowing orbs set into the floor, similar to the blue lights that you saw on the floor up above, but these are warm as you approach the first one, as you step out of the elevator door. They're giving off a sort of heat, but not like a heat of fire. Twitch, you immediately recognize it as the heat of electricity that comes out of your magic, that comes out of lightning. As the hairs on your arms and head kind of stand up as you exit the elevator doors. And the rooms in front of you lit up in the same fashion as the blue orbs around the room, and the door gave off a huge static electric charge as it lit up the room in almost as if it was like sunlight, and a large mechanical creature stood up in front of the door. It looked like it was sitting on the ground before the floor became electrified, and it stands up, and big puffs of black smoke spew out of the stack on the top of it, and you can see inside the form of a very ancient looking gnome, older than you can possibly imagine a gnome would be before dying. He looks like he should have died 100 years before you see him now. The same blue wiring that is within the threaded through the bodies of the gnomes you've encountered so far, also in his body. However, his blue wires are also attached to the machine in which he sits. And we're going to roll initiative.
Yes, we will.
Hot damn. We're still in the same 24 hours that we got our boon bonus from, right?
Yes, you are. And actually the boons, I'm just stacking them. So your boons will not go away during the course of this campaign, unless they specifically said they will last only 24 hours.
Yeah, mine was specifically 24 hours, get +5 to my constitution.
I'm resistant to lightning, which is good for this fight.
Indeed, that could become handy. While we're rolling initiative, a gravelly voice echoes from inside the metallic creature as the gnomes seems to be speaking, but you don't see his mouth moving. You just hear the voice coming out of the constructed face of the machine. Intruders must be stopped. None may enter the vault. And you can feel the ground rumbling, and the gnome looks up at the ceiling, and as you all look up at the ceiling as well, following his gaze, you can see cracks forming on the ceiling, which is actually pretty high. It's 50 feet up. So just at the edges of your dark vision, you can catch the ceiling begin to crack, and small rocks are starting to fall onto the ground. Alright, so I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Everybody's in initiative. No ties. Looks like we're good to go. So Drepix, you're the first to react as you see this creature stand up and call you an intruder and say that none may enter the vault. And the floor in front of him is currently electrified. You can see the shock coming out of it. And the orb in front of you is warm, giving off a sort of heat.
So, Trip is gonna kind of run up, first trying to look like I'm moving away in terror from everyone else, because I still look like that goblin. That gnome. Must let me pass. I'm still on your side. And as I turn to look like I'm looking back in terror, I kind of try to wink at the others.
Alright, as you step forward, it says, present the key and speak the password.
I'll be honest, I forgot who was holding on to the key.
We only have one half of the key, and the password we never quite figured out, except for the whole gold and silver thing.
Yeah, that was the elevator password.
Yeah, we don't have the password. We were warned about this guardian, and that we needed a password.
My
That
key
you
was
were?
taken. It was taken from me.
Give me a deception check. Alright, so it turns its attention to the creatures behind you and says, then you must be protected. Oh, is David here?
Yeah, he just logged on.
Oh, wow, he is way early.
Trying to get organized, so I'm here, but I'm not here.
It's okay, you're pretty low in initiative.
Drepix, as you stand on that square, and I don't have a way to mark it, maybe one of you awesome drawers can mark it, but the light on that particular rune goes out when you step on it.
And seeing as he believes me, I stop right there with my movement, and we'll continue the ruse.
Thank you. Yeah, if you guys can mark them just like that, that'd be perfect. And just don't use red. Any color but red. To mark that it's off. If something turns it back on, we'll just delete the marks. But that rune goes dark as soon as you step on that square.
And I will end my turn as I plot.
And you didn't ready an action or anything like that?
I guess I will be, I'll take the dodge action.
Okay, perfect. So I put the layer in initiative. There is a layer action here. Essentially, the ground shaking gets, you almost feel like an earthquake as it shakes the ground. It doesn't knock you over because it seems to be shaking high above, but the ceiling above you cracked.
I think my zombie gnome is gonna kill us all.
Hold on, I'm trying to do some fancy copying. Alright, a pile of rubble falls down from the ceiling and spreads out on the floor in front of you. Looking like it might crush anything that might be standing underneath it. That rubble, whenever you see those rubble on the map, they are difficult to read. Starla, you can react now.
Alright, we'll start by conjuring 2 dire wolves.
Do you have tokens for those, or do I need to put them on the map?
I think I have tokens, let me see.
Oh, awesome, because I'm scrolling through my list looking for some and I didn't see any. Oh, there they are. They're right underneath.
By the way, Starla, it hasn't been a full hour yet, so you should still have freedom of movement.
Yeah, I made a note of that in chat.
Cool.
So I'll conjure those, and then I'll step forward and become a giant constrictor.
I see Mark continued with his crap rolls, giving Dahaka 5 initiative.
You're welcome.
Yes, you and me are together, darling, in our roles.
So I'll start by rolling my own health, and then I'll go on the dire wolves, and then make dire wolf initiative.
Okay, fair enough. But that's your action. Or you still have a movement left? Did you want to stay where you are, or do you want to move?
I think I will stay where I am.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and move an initiative while you're filling in those blanks, if that's okay.
Let's go. So the dire wolf's got a 9 initiative.
We're still level 7, right? Are we leveling up after this encounter? I forgot.
Yeah, we're leveling up after this encounter.
Ding!
Whoa, I've never seen a purple number before.
That's fancy.
He crit and failed at the same time.
It's rare hit point level. It looks like blue, like rare.
I think that dire wolf is a shiny.
I've never seen that color number either.
I think
That's
it's
strange.
they must have just changed it for when you get both a max and a minimum.
That's pretty cool. Okay.
He did it again.
Another shiny.
A lot of hit points on the floor. Yes, distract him.
Yes, that is awesome. Okay, so Twitch, you can react as you see Starla summon forth 2 large wolves and take the form of a huge constrictor snake, slithering past the heat of the glowing orb in the floor.
So Twitch he's going to move forward. Would he be able to stand on this rubble?
You can move through it. It's just difficult terrain. It doesn't provide too much of a height advantage. Maybe about a foot off the ground. It's just scattered ceiling, broken on the floor.
Okay, so Twitch is going to go up there, and he's like, you will not stand in our way! And he's going to distance spell Witch Bolt, this Vault Guardian.
Excellent. A bolt of lightning lashes out, and we'll see what happens. The bolt of lightning lashes and spreads around the creature's waist, holding it tight and crackling with the blue energy that your spell does.
Do I got him?
Holding on to it. You got him. He is in your grip.
So I imagine it's like Ghostbusters.
Yeah. Don't cross the streams, man. All right, you see the electricity crackling around it, and one of the little cables comes loose and is blowing gas out onto the ground, like a noxious gas, a fume. A little bit of damage as it suffers from your magic. Ikreg, it is your turn. You see Twitch holding onto this thing as if it's the reins of a horse, trying to pull it around and fry it.
I will I will. Hex is, I think, 60 feet. So what I'll do is I'll bonus action cast Hex. It's 90 feet, so I can bonus action cast Hex. Which will work from this distance. I will move up sort of... I don't know how big the rubble is, but I'm going to use it as some sort of cover if it's like over a few feet high.
No, it's only about a foot high. There's no cover. It's just difficult terrain.
Never mind. But I'll move forward to here then, and then I'll Eldritch Blast him twice. With Hex.
You get to choose an ability. So, what ability do you want it to have disadvantage on checks made with that ability?
Well, considering the roof is falling, I will say Dex checks. In case he tries to like dodge out of the way, I guess.
Doesn't affect saving throws.
I know.
Yeah, it's not saves, but if he has to make an acrobatics or
strength,
anything regarding Dex, it'll have disadvantage.
And yeah, I'll blast twice with Eldritch Blast. For a 14.
Alright, so its armor deflects the first blast.
And an 8.
And the second misses entirely.
Cool.
And you can tell, even while it's cursed by you, that its armor plating is thick and tough.
And then I'm going to use the rest of my movement to go to... I'll use the rest of my movement to move up this way, slowly putting less distance between us so I can do something potentially cooler. And that'll be my turn.
Alright. Tarar, the creature has bellowed its defiance towards you.
I guess it's sacrificial lamb time. Bonus action rage. And I'm just going to go 80 feet in.
Are you still prone?
No?
Is there,
I don't know
looks
why
like
I wouldn't
there's
be prone.
When you were
maybe
dead.
you were prone in an
When you were
elevator
dead
or
and I brought you
something.
back.
I probably didn't take it off. Oh, I gotta recount now.
That's fair.
Because you did like die twice.
So are you jumping in the air or are you running across the floor?
I am running across the floor because my ring is not activated, but my rage is.
Okay, so I need to know which rune you stepped on when you ran across the floor. Okay, so if you guys can mark that one, it goes dark when Tarar steps on it.
I stepped over the X-Men rune.
Awesome. And as you move up to him through the electricity bolting out from the door, I need you to give me a dexterity save.
Okay, do you want me to do it as soon as I get to here or next to the door?
Basically, as soon as you get to the edge of the circle, you'll still be able to move. It won't stop your movement. So you can end up in that square, but it happens when you're on this spot here.
This is the dexterity save?
Yes.
Do I have advantage on this?
It is an attack that you can see. Yeah, it's basically the lightning shooting out from the door. It's not coming from... It's coming out from the floor of the door, out of the floor.
Okay, 15.
That is a 6. So you would take half of that 5 lightning damage.
Okay, that's the end of my turn.
Alright, so you run up to it. We've got 2 dire wolves that can move. That rune does not go dark when the dire wolf steps on it. And neither does that one.
So we'll start with purple. It'll make its attack with pack tactics.
Alright, it tries to bite into the very large calves of this creature, and its teeth just scrape on metal.
And now the blue one's going to do the same thing.
That one doesn't get purchased either, as its teeth scrape off the hard armor plating.
Alright. That's where they will be.
Alright. The creature bellows, flame coming out of the side pipes and black smoke bellowing out the top. It raises one of its arm cannons, and a bright red molten fire starts to build up inside of it as it launches a blast. I pre-drew my 60-foot cone. So
Oh,
I
the
would
hawk.
get bigger.
Talking on how the elevator door.
Yeah, you guys had not left the wall yet, so you're just out of range. It's a 60-foot cone. I can attach it to any square he's adjacent to. And basically what this is acidic fire. Launches out of it, just shooting almost like a fire hose, blasting out and covering everything in napalm, basically. It's called a bone melt sprayer. 60-foot cone.
Oh,
Each
lovely.
creature in the cone needs to give me a dex save. So I need the 2 dire wolves, Twitch, and this constrictor snake to give me dex save.
That is an amazing name. Well,
Yeah, I really like this creature. It's in one of the D&D books. I was very happy when I found it. It does not look like the image, though. I picked a different image, but it's the same stats.
Well, as soon as you said the attack, I knew exactly what it was.
Yeah, well, the name is listed in the attack there, too, if you guys want to look it up for fun.
There it is. Yeah.
Starlight has a little
Yeah,
fast snake.
These things are crazy.
I'll wait till after the encounter we get up. I want to see the surprises.
All right, so it looks like one of the
That's a
dire
wolf.
wolves saved. Which one saved?
Purple.
Purple. And Blue and Twitch and Starla all failed the save. So your bodies are all still covered with this acidic burning fire. As you can see at the end of the statement there, an affected creature can use an action to scrape off the burning fuel. Otherwise, you will burn every round while this stuff is on you. But I'm gonna roll the damage. It looks like it's 2d10 plus 48, and blue direwolf or purple direwolf can half it. Alright, so it's 23 damage to the ones who failed, and purple takes 11 damage. And then it's going to move doing that. Since I cannot move, I can enter large or smaller creature spaces, but I cannot pass your space. So I am just going to move up to my speed in a straight line, which is here. And I'll put myself on the bottom.
Question.
It's not letting me.
Is
Yes,
this thing considered a construct?
it is considered a construct.
Okay, I'm gonna make a attack on it as it lurches away from me.
Alright, so Witch Bolt goes away as it tries to move forward and stomp on this direwolf. Basically, that is a hit, Tarar. You strike true on the creature when you hit it with your mace.
13 points of magic bludgeoning.
Blue got an 8.
And okay, so it can enter a creature space that enters must make a dex save, which you failed on it. So you are stomped by its feet, basically. You fall prone, and you're going to take some bludgeoning damage. And and you are considered restrained. While basically I'm the actual monster in the monster manual or in the book that it's in has steamrollers on the bottom. I'm imagining this a bit differently. It has legs, but the feet itself kind of spread out as if they have spring-loaded paddles, and it stomps down on you and pins you to the ground and kind of moves its heel back and forth to crush you into the ground. So it will restrain you there, and
If you don't just kill it.
I'll roll the 8d6 damage.
8d6.
Alright, so the dire wolf takes 29 bludgeoning damage as it stomps on it.
And the dire wolf goes poof.
Alright, so that one is gone, and it just vanishes into a puff of inky smoke, or whatever color you want it to be, as it returns to the Fey realm. And that is its turn. It can do one action, and it's up in movement. Yes, you are fighting a dreadnought. That's how I imagine. I managed to stop it from moving forward. I was going to have him move all the way 40 feet, but I can't pass your space while you're still alive. I can stop in your space if you're large or smaller, but I can't pass you. If you're medium, I can pass you because I'm 2 sizes bigger than you. Surikith, you watch the thing blow out the napalm acidic fire that stopped just in front of your face as it kind of singes the ground in front of you, and then stomp forward and crush a dire wolf into nothingness.
That's so disgusting.
At least there's no blood and guts because the dire wolves are summoned.
I'm going to walk 5, 10, 15, 20, and as I'm passing Starla, I like disgusted girl type like brush off what I can of what's on her to get that crap off her. Using my action basically to clear off that stuff as mentioned.
Alright, so Starla basically in a coil just starts spinning around and letting you scoop the burning acidic fire off of her.
Disgusting. And then I'm going to finish my movement here. And then a bonus action, I'm going to summon my spiritual weapon right in front of him where the dire wolf was almost at, like right here. So if you can put my whippy thing out, unless I have the token, let me see. I don't see my whip on my tokens. Can you put? No, thank you. And then I'll have it lash out and try to.
All right, so you can put it where you want. You should have control of it now. I keep forgetting to create a token for this thing. I keep just pulling it out of my images.
Fine, I'll use it there. I'll just lash out and try to whip into him with it.
All right, go ahead and make your attack.
1 second. That does not miss. I mean, it does not hit.
That does not hit it, as it ineffectually lashes at it.
Okay, I'll stop for now.
Luckily, you're not adjacent, so it's not going to leave you open for an attack at advantage.
Yeah, that's a whip did that.
Oh, I forgot to have the direwolves make dex saves when they entered the electricity.
Wait, do I become advantage with my whip is the one that screws up?
No. If you're adjacent, yes, because you're leaving yourself open for an attack with advantage by a melee attack if you crit fail. I think that's your rule, Mark. Does it matter if the attack is like from a spiritual weapon in your mind? Your rule?
No, the spiritual weapon doesn't count.
But what if it's a range, like a bow attack? Do you leave yourself vulnerable if you do that?
Yes. And I'll explain, like, you slipped a little bit. causing you to not be knocked off balance, exposing like your side, or your bow breaks, like the twine slips loose, so you have to put it back on, leaving yourself open.
Gotcha.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. I was thinking that this is a spiritual thing. It's untouched.
But, the spiritual weapon, even though I'd wish Carla would roll a 1 with hers.
She never does.
She never does. Wouldn't count.
Alright, Dahak. You see Twitch and one of the dire wolves still kind of burning on fire as they are covered with that viscous substance that almost got to you and Gamork.
I'm going to use Gamork's movement speed to get out here away from any danger. I'm going to bonus action Hunter's Mark on the construct. Thank you.
Alright, he has a target on him.
And I'm going to use one of these brand new trusty clockwork arrows. I'm going to go for my maximum attack bonus, so no sharpshooter, just to ensure a hit to see how they work.
Alright, taking aim with your new arrows. They seem a little bit front heavy, but you adjust quickly to the weight of the arrow as your arrow hits true and pierces through the armor of the creature.
Oh, thank you. I'm going to for that.
You can crit fish for it.
So 12.
12 is not a crit. Yep, so the 18 does hit though.
So let's see how this rolls out.
As the arrowhead hits it, it basically shatters like glass, and the poison spreads over it. The creature seems unaffected by the poison, however. But the piercing does hurt it.
Not to get too metagamey, but can you tell me the target AC so I can keep track of the 5 over?
No, I will tell you if you are 5 over.
Okay. So 5 over or 10 over?
Yep. Okay. I will tell you. Until not right at the beginning. I don't want you guys to know the AC. I'm kind of describing it vaguely as having a very tough iron armor.
And then 6 for the sneak attack.
Surprise, bitch. Okay, so the 8 piercing it will take, and the 6 sneak attack. That's a good sneak attack, and you get to add Hunter's Quarry as well.
Oh, why isn't that here?
Or Hunter's Mark.
Yeah, I used to have, I thought, a line item, but it's not here. So I'm just going to roll 1d6.
Alright, so a total of 19 points of damage as the creature takes a hit.
I'm not that level yet, Starla. I'm only a second level rogue. Alright, and then my second attack. With advantage.
27 is a hit by more than 5.
Okay, so
but not more than 10.
There's that, and then the plus 5. That's 1. So the target is confused. On its next turn, the target must use its action to make one weapon attack against a random creature it can see within 30 feet of it, using whatever weapon it has in its hand. If no weapon, it makes an unarmed strike.
Okay, roll your Hunter's Mark. That gets every hit. sneak attack just does not.
Yeah, I'm
So it'll
gonna
take-
build a new thing in there.
Alright, so it takes the damage from your second arrow. Target must use its action to make one weapon attack against a random creature it can see within 30 feet of it. Okay. A random creature it can see within 30 feet of it. There's only 3 creatures within 30 feet of it. So I will make a random attack against one of those 3 creatures.
Terrar clenches his butt cheeks.
Does that end your turn, Dahak?
Yeah, that's my movement and my turn, and I'm gonna stay up here.
Trepix, it is your turn. It does not seem interested in you, but the gnome itself seems like it has a confused look on its face as it glances towards you. Like, why are you with these creatures and not attacking them? It's expecting you to retaliate and defend it. Defend the vault.
So Drepix is continuing his little dash around this circle. And I'm gonna move slowly so you can see the squares I take.
That symbol will also go dark. That symbol will go dark, but this symbol lights back up. And that symbol also goes dark.
And then as I get there, if I notice he's still looking the other direction with that confused look, I kind of show an evil grin as one of my eyes starts to glow green. And raise my free hand and just say psych.
Alright, as you launch a globe of... why does it say 2? Oh, because you can splash 2 things.
Yeah.
Alright, here's his dexterity save. And it is a magical spell that you are casting against me that you are making me make a save against. So my magic resistance triggers on this one, so I have advantage on the save. But even with advantage and a +8, I'm rolling like Mark, 11 will fail.
You're welcome, you guys.
So 12, and I don't think saves trigger sneak attack, right?
No, it's only attack rolls.
Okay, so that will be it then.
I'm going to burn one of my legendary actions on your betrayal. It can... oh, wait. No, I'm not, because I am currently confused. I'm only going to do it because I'm currently confused by Dahak's stupid frickin' arrow. Otherwise, well, I am going to do it, but I'm going to do it in a random direction. I wanted to do it to you, but it's going to be a melee attack against something within 30 feet of me. Oh, Ikreg, aren't you lucky? So I'm going to roll a d2, and 1 is going to be Terrar, and 2 is going to be the... Alright, so its only melee attack is a... it has reach, but it's a flail of lightning that comes out of the hole in its other arm, not the one that shot the sprayer. and it will lightning flail against the direwolf.
That's gonna hit.
I shouldn't have added advantage, but so either number hit?
Yes.
Okay, so even I should have just attacked normally, but up to 3 other creatures that it can see within 30 feet of the direwolf also need to give me a dexterity saving throw.
Ooh, I fail.
Oh, I'm good.
And the direwolf also fails. And I think those are the only 2 that are within 30 feet. So I get to do lightning damage to Tarar and the direwolf. All right, so as lightning, and Twitch, you're a little bit impressed as it basically cast a witch bolt in a way. This flail of lightning spews out of its arm and hits the direwolf, and sparks fly out of the flail, hitting Tarar as well.
Twitch is screaming in agony to notice.
And that. How long does the confusion last? Let me scroll. On its next turn, so it's still not its next turn. So I'm actually flavor texting this confusion because it's not my turn. I'm using a legendary action. So I'm going to let the confusion last a little bit longer than normal.
It makes sense considering what's happened.
Oh, heck yeah. That's what I do. That's cool, Mark. All right, so Drepix, does that end your turn there as you betray your friend?
Yes.
All right, Starla, it is your turn.
Did you want the lair to go first? Last time I think the lair went first.
I do want the lair to go first. Thank you, Starla. All right, so the lair is... The ground shakes, the ceiling cracks some more, but no rubble falls from the ceiling. A new effect starts to occur as you see the 3 orbs that are glowing around the room glow bright, and lightning flashes out from them to anything within 20 feet of any of these orbs, which currently is only Twitch and Starla. Yeah. So I need Twitch and Starla to give me dex saves.
Is this a magical effect?
This is a magical effect. That will count. All right, you both succeed as basically whips of lightning shoot out from the orbs and try to attempt to wrap you up, but you both dodge out of the way. Now it is your turn, Starla.
I'm going to move there, and I'm going to bite at the Vault Guardian with my reach of feet.
All right, so I do need your dex save as you walk into the lightning floor.
Again, is this another...
This is also a magical effect, yes. That is a success, so you will only take half the damage. Which is 11.
That's a good
11
roll.
like, that's not bad. A little above average.
Alright, here comes my attack. And my animal form, my wild shapes are...
Yes, you are magic. And that will hit. Your giant constrictor snake fangs pierce through its strong armor.
All right, that will be my turn.
Oh, Starla, at the end of your... oh, no, you did get scraped free. Okay, so you are no longer burning. Twitch, if you do not scrape yourself free, you will burn at the end of your turn.
So Twitch is going to go, ah! Oh, God! It hurts! He's going to use his action to basically drag himself through this rubble to clean himself off. And then he is using his bonus action to hide.
Okay. The only way you can block line of sight would be to go prone behind the rubble.
Yes,
So
that is
you
what
can
he's
do
doing.
that.
That is what he's doing.
Okay. I'm going to say the rubble's not tall enough for you to hide unless you lay down on the ground.
Yeah, Twitch is pretty much trying to bury himself in this rubble to get rid of this fire.
All right, well, give me your stealth check.
He is no Eric.
Well, this creature's passive perception is a 10, so you seem like the creature has lost sight of you as you peer up over the rocks.
That's all I want to do.
And you are now no longer burning. Hey, Greg, it is your turn.
Alright, I'm going to 35 feet away from him still. I'm gonna move up 5 feet. Going to bonus action Hexblade's Curse. Which I think is a bonus. It is. Which gives me a bunch of cool bonuses. And then I'm going to move 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 feet that way.
Alright, so you bonus action. He's hexed and now he's cursed. Let me put a couple of symbols on him so I know what's going on.
And then I'm gonna Eldritch Blast him. After I make sure I added all my bonuses to this. I did.
Yeah, now you crit on 19s also. That's nice.
Yeah, and I get to do more damage based on my proficiency. So that's a 22
The 22 does hit.
for 14 plus 1 damage for hex. 15
Plus
total
your
damage.
is the
That should
is your
be added
proficiency-
everything.
okay.
Yeah.
So this is a Eldritch Blast with the Hex Blade's Curse added?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. So 15 total damage from your first shot.
Second shot for a.
And the second shot will be deflected by its armor.
And that'll be my turn.
Farrar, you are in the lightning at the beginning of your turn, so I need a dex save. That is a fail. So you take lightning damage that courses up through your legs and shocks you. And you basically get the sense that the lightning is coming out from under the door, the crack under the door, and it's pulsating just every second, just continuously shocking.
5 feet up. I'm strong, but I'm not completely stupid. I know that I'm not going to be able to hit. I'm not going to be able to grapple this thing. So I'm going to get very angry that I can't grapple it. I'm going to attack recklessly twice.
Excellent. Smash it with your new mace.
22,
A 22 will hit.
13 bludgeoning, And a crit.
Oh shit. Okay.
Okay, so that's 20 plus. So 35 total from the second hit. And I'm going to put the wrench on me. Is it under 25 hit points again?
It is not.
Okay.
Wait, what was the total damage? What is this extra 2d6? Do I take the 15 or
No,
the
you take
11?
the 15 because it's a construct. It's an extra 2d6 on a critical. And it's
Gotcha.
an extra 4d6 if it's a critical and a construct. So the total damage is 35 plus 13, so 48 total damage.
Oh yeah, the 13. I already took the 13.
So
So
it would have been hilarious if you killed him in one hit.
35. I need to take 35 more damage.
Yep. That's going to be the end of my turn. And yeah, I did my best, guys. I leave it to you here.
That was a lot of damage. Its bar is getting low too fast. Basically, I'm going to go around confused anyway, so I'm never going to come out of the confusion before I die. So I only get to randomly attack. I don't get to ever decide what I want to do except for my opening attack. So apparently I need to give creatures about 700 hit points for the battle to last more than 2 rounds. Alright, Direwolf, it's your turn. At the beginning of your turn, I need a dexterity save. That's a success, so you will take half the damage as the pulsating floor shocks you. So you will take 10 lightning damage.
And it's gonna roll around on the floor and put the fire out.
Alright, fair enough. Uses its action to scrape off the burning acid.
And it's still up with 1 hit point. Hooray.
Alright, I get to do a confused attack. So anything within 30 feet of me, it looks like there's 3 targets within 30 feet of me.
Take your pick, small, medium, or large.
Yep, I'm gonna roll a d3. It doesn't really matter, because I get to attack all 3 of you anyway, as long as Starla is within 30 feet of Terrar.
So this attack is against me, though, because I'm 1.
It is going against you, yeah. So its lash of lightning whip comes out again. It's only melee attack.
You have advantage. Okay. Alright. I'll see you guys.
It's not a crit.
You really wanted to crit you.
So I hit Terrar, and then the other 2 creatures, the direwolf and the direwolf's gonna die. Because even if it succeeds, it takes half damage. You said I had 1 hit point left. So I basically just need a dex save from Starla.
And Terrar takes the full damage no matter what, yeah?
Yeah, because I hit you. The attack actually hits you and then ricochets to something else 30 feet away.
Okay, cool.
Magical or not magical? That.
Wait, what's magical? You're not making a saving throw.
Okay.
Oh, you are making a saving throw. Yes, you are. It is a magical effect. Yes, this will count for that. I thought I was making an attack roll, but yeah, you are not the main target. That is a fail. That's a pretty good
Unless
save.
I say something about it.
Oh, are you going to say something about it?
I have the ability to bend luck to my will, which I will do so.
Okay. So what is that? You're going to add a d4. Or, yeah, so...
It's a 21,
Sirkith,
right?
you're gonna take half of that damage, since a 21 beats a 20. So you only take 11 points of damage.
Starla, you mean?
Starla, yeah.
Which will Terminator thumbs up from over the rubble.
And that triggers wild magic, doesn't it? Or no? That's not Tides of Chaos.
No, that's been luck.
Okay, gotcha. So that's
Unless
the
you
Vault
want me to roll
Guardian's.
wild magic.
That's the Vault Guardian's attack. It's going to now move. It has a movement speed of 40 feet.
Oh, it really is me upset with you.
Man, I almost crit on him again.
Stop it!
I figured.
That's gonna hit, Mark. For
Isn't Terrar
10.
down?
No, I have 2 hit points.
I'll get close to you for life transference next round.
Can you add retroactively the storm aura damage? Because I forgot to say it. No, never mind. I forgot to say it. Fuck it.
It's like what? 2 points?
3.
I'll add 3 damage to it. That's fair. You are raging.
I just forgot.
Alright, so I need a dex saving throw from Drepix. So, on a failed save, the creature falls prone and takes 8d6 bludgeoning damage, and you are considered restrained.
You said I failed?
Yeah, it's a DC 18.
Okay, I'm going to use my... Which one is it? Evasion to half whatever your dealing speed.
I didn't make it. Put evasion up there. I thought it was an attack. I'm not making an attack. I'm doing my movement.
You forced me to make a save, correct?
Does evasion say when you make a save? I thought evasion says when you are attacked, when you are hit with an attack that you can see, you can half the damage.
That's
think
uncanny
that's
dodge. Uncanny dodge is against attacks, and then evasion is save effects because monks get it as well.
Yeah, evasion helps you reduce damage against dexterity.
Yeah, I couldn't remember
Okay,
which one
well,
it was, but it was
Doug just posted uncanny dodge. I want to. If you're using evasion and that's on your character sheet, just
I
click
was
it.
trying to answer. Like I was trying to say, I knew it was one of those. I just had to open it up to look at it.
So, do you have evasion or not?
I have both.
Yeah,
Okay, that's what I wanted to see. Yeah, you can half it then. So you take 20 points of bludgeoning damage, but you are still considered restrained. And prone. And the confusion now wears off. That's the end of my turn. Circuit, it is your turn.
Okay, I'm gonna see. In a normal game, I would think this would work, but I'm just scared about Terrar. I'm going to move to here, 30 feet.
When you step on that symbol, that one goes dark and this one lights up.
Then I'm gonna look at Terrar and try as pleadingly as possible say, Terrar, Come closer to me so I can give you life as you go to engage him.
Oh, I'm gonna die before when my turn starts. So
When his turn starts, he has to make the save against the
okay.
lightning.
It's at the turn. Start turn. Okay, never mind. I thought it was at the end of the
If
turn.
you start your turn in it, yes.
Okay, then
It's like a moonbeam, essentially.
see if I can do anything to him. Just keep him alive.
A very large radius moonbeam. You can turn it off, though.
Yeah, we're trying. No, none of my heals from this range will do much to keep him alive. So, I'm gonna. I guess I'll go ahead and move. I guess I'll go ahead and cast Chill Touch on him then.
there you go. Just attack it. Kill it.
I'm not doing well today.
All right, so that skeletal hand is just brushed off, and kind of shatters and disappears. The magic of it disappears.
I'm gonna move bonus action. I'm gonna move spiritual weapon 20 feet. It can't actually reach him this round.
All right,
Just try
so
to not
almost gets
die
him.
by your turn. By my turn again.
All right, Dahak, the creature is grinding its boot heel or its metal steel foot into Drepix, trying to crush him into a paste on the floor.
Well,
And Drepix is squirming around between its toes, trying to not take all the damage. He's trying to avoid the worst.
I whistle at Gamork to retreat away, and as I start moving to my location, oh shoot! Come on, coming with me. I'm gonna let my arrows fly at the Vault Guardian. Here we go, with advantage.
That's a lot of movement. Did you just move 50 feet?
It just goes 50 feet.
That's awesome. Bounding across the battlefield.
Yeah, advantage. Here we go.
Wait, why do you have advantage?
Because I have allies.
None of your allies are adjacent, though.
He's stepping on. He's stepping on Drepix there.
Yeah, Drepix.
I guess Drepix is not incapacitated, so Drepix would be sort of adjacent. He's in the same square.
He's just stabbing at the foot with his sword, like trying to fight.
And what's this
All right.
ability?
Pack tactics.
Pack tactics.
Okay.
So 24.
24 is a hit by 5. God damn it.
So you're confused.
I hate that.
And then here's Sneak and Hunters.
Well, you did give him a weapon.
Well, I should have made it a save. It's just that now I don't get to do what I want to do with the creature. I have to do a melee attack, and I don't want to do a melee attack. I want to do my fucking firebomb. Or
sorry.
Yeah, I don't get to do anything.
Thank you, David.
Yeah, so 9 plus 2 plus 1. 12 damage.
And here will come the second. 24. With just Hunter's Mark. Jeez.
I thought I was also being calculating, but apparently I well, you know what? To be fair, Dahak wasn't able to do anything for several encounters with his normal arrows, so I guess it's nice that he's actually doing something for a change.
True.
Except you're not taking any poison damage, but yeah, thank you.
So I take 12 on that.
Yeah, 12 on the second one.
And you only have 16 of these arrows left.
Yeah, I'm keeping count.
Yeah, they're magic, so they don't get reused. All right, he is confused once again, randomly looking around at what might be around him. Epix, you are prone and restrained. You can use an action to try to break free from the restraint.
Forget what is it for breaking free?
Athletics or acrobatics?
Where's my attack? Oh, there it is. It says, no. It specifically calls it out. While restrained in this way, the creature or another creature within 5 feet can make a DC 18 strength check. On a success, the creature is shunted to a space of its choice within 5 feet and is no longer restrained. So you have to make a straight strength check of DC 18.
Oh shit. My character is not strong, so I guess I'm not.
Wait, does restrain give you disadvantage on strength checks?
I don't believe so.
No, it's dexterity saving throws that it has disadvantage on. So you don't have a disadvantage on a strength check.
Yeah, I have a -1 strength, so there's no way I'm making that. So I am going to stab at you with the sword.
With disadvantage.
And booming energy is going to shroud this as well.
Nice disadvantage roll. You pierce. Why is the sword plus? Wait. Did you?
I did not
Okay,
add
so the
the
plus-
actual plus. I named it that because that's
Right, but you rolled a 13, and then you have a +4, a +1, and a +3. What are those 3 pluses? The +1 is the sword. +3 is your.
Proficiency, magic item bonus, and dexterity.
Okay.
And
What's the extra 4d6?
That's if I had the sneak attack. I am a rogue.
Oh, gotcha.
And
Oh, I usually change the damage type to sneak attack so that it says in there so you know what it is. But so you do the 6 slashing?
I do 6 slashing. I am adding the booming energy now, and I am going to add Fury of the Small as well. The 15 Thunder is if he moves.
All right. You are still pinned. It is the layer's turn. Anybody within 20 feet of an orb, I need a dexterity saving throw.
Well, I'm gonna go down anyways, so. Oh, this thing?
Yeah, it's not you,
Oh.
Farrar. It's basically Twitch and Dahak and Gamork. I need a saving throw from Gamork. Gamork could be ripped out from underneath Dahak. Dahak, you save. Twitch fails. I need a dex save. Gamork fails. So Gamork gets ripped out from underneath. I need an acrobatics check from you, Dahak. That's a success. So you land on your feet as you as the dog gets ripped out from underneath. And Gamork and Twitch, you are considered restrained, and you take 2 lightning damage. It's like the Witch Bolt, except I added the restrain ability. And rocks fall. Hold on, I gotta check my numbers.
Rocks fall, Terrar died.
No, damn it. So I have the map in on the GM layer is in 12 different sections. So rocks fall way down there. I was hoping it might hit someone. If you happen to be in one of the sections when the rocks fall, I'm just going to land them on you. The sections are bigger than the rocks.
It's like Battleship.
It is kind of like Battleship. So the orbs went and the rocks fell. The ground is trembling. The roof is collapsing. It is Starla's turn. Starla, you are in the lightning at the beginning of your turn. I need a dexterity saving throw.
15.
15 is exactly what you need. So you will take half the stand. So you will take 12 lightning as you slither just at the edge of the lightning.
I think I'm gonna bonus action drop the animal.
Oh, okay. You were very close to stepping on a rune, but you did not. Okay, so, yeah, but you were out of the lightning. As you drop that form, the lightning stops coursing through you. And you miss that symbol too. Did you mean to step on the symbol, or are you avoiding them on purpose?
If I step on one, I step on one. I'm not avoiding them on purpose, but if I did avoid it, I'll avoid it.
Okay, fair enough. I can play it like that.
Okay. And let's just try something different. I'm gonna wave my hand at Terrar and be like me. I'm gonna try and polymorph him into a giant snake like I just would.
Awesome.
Are you considered a willing creature, Terrar, as you're in the middle of rage?
I think it would just take over my mind as I'm looking at this giant thing, and I feel myself growing bigger, and I'm like, my god is with me.
Okay. What are you turning him into?
A giant constrictor snake like I just was.
Alright, so go ahead and throw another constrictor snake token on the field for me, and I'll give Terrar.
So in my mind, my god has blessed me.
He has blessed you with no hands to hold the weapon.
So Terrar, you should have control of it.
He has turned me into a weapon.
He has turned, and you can go ahead and roll health for it. As a giant constrictor snake, and take the average if you roll lower than the average.
So it's 8d12 plus 8, or 60 bit.
That's not right.
Well, the math
That's
is
Terrar
correct.
doing math.
I'll take the 60.
Nah, I'd go with the 820.
Yeah, that's what my next boss is going to have for its health. Just FYI. At Starla, does that end your turn?
Yes, I did my move, bonus action, and action.
At the end of your turn, I'm going to use a legendary action to make a melee attack against a random creature within 30 feet of me. Which does include Starla. So I'm gonna roll a D3 and 1, 2, 3. Drepix, Ikreg.
Oh, thank God.
So I get to attack Drepix with advantage because he's restrained, and then Ikreg, you are 30 feet away of Drepix, so it will cause you to make a dex save.
Really hoping to not be involved in this attack.
Does a 23? Well, I meant to roll with advantage because you're prone and restrained, but it's a 23.
Shit.
Yeah, 23 hits. Oh, yeah, 23 hits.
And then Ikreg fails. Are you outside of the 30 foot from Drepix, Starla?
Yes, I am.
Alright, so you do not have to give me the dex save as the flail ricochets off of Drepix, and you are 35 feet away. So only Ikreg and
this
Drepix.
one was an attack at me, so this time I'm using my which one was? Why did I get those mixed up?
Uncanny dodge.
Yes, thank you. I need to play rogues more.
I've been doing that damage wrong for the attacks against Terrar. I would have dropped Terrar long ago. The actual attack does damage, and I've just been rolling. The 5d8 is for the ricochet. So, Drepix, you take 21 plus 25, and you say you're having that?
I'm not sure it's going to matter.
Yeah, it's 25, 35, 45, 46 in half would be 28. No, 23.
I would say he does it regardless.
And then Ikreg, you take 17 lightning and you maintain concentration on whatever you're concentrating on.
Hex.
Hex, okay. So by doesn't matter, does that mean your life bar is at 0?
I said no, it didn't matter. I'm not at 0.
Oh. Let me zoom in, because it looks like you have a lot of health.
Move the Vault Guardian.
Alright, I saw it. Rogues are exceptionally hard to kill. Alright, that was the end of Starla's turn. I used a legendary action. Twitch, it's your turn.
So I'm restrained by this lightning tentacle.
You are restrained, and if you don't use an action to escape from it, it gets to shock you again.
I had...
It's not much damage. The point of these things was not to do damage, it was to move you around the map. But for these, it's not a strength check. It's the same as a grapple. You can use acrobatics or athletics. Or you can stay restrained. That's up to you.
I don't like being restrained, but I also suck at getting out of them, so I'm going to try and make an attempt.
Alright, you are prone and restrained. Did you want to... I think your attack will be at disadvantage.
No, hang on, 1 second.
Unless you're making me make a save. That's different.
Twitch is pretty ticked off that it threw fire at him. So while he's restrained by this tentacle, he goes, "You want a fire battle? I will give you a fire battle!" And he is going to cast Wall of Fire around, completely encircling this Vault Guardian.
Of which Drepix is adjacent to, right?
Yeah.
So it will burn Drepix as well. Okay.
Wow.
It is Monstrous Deeds. Yeah, monster campaign. Let me draw an object real quick. I'm going to draw a red... Oh, you did it. Awesome. Thank you. No, that's fine. What you had was perfect. That's exactly what I was going to do. It's just a red square around him. And then go ahead and post the wall of fire so we can see what it does. Drepix was the one who wouldn't give the cloak to Twitch unless Twitch gave him a compliment. Or Drepix had to... Yeah, Twitch had to compliment Drex in some way. And he didn't have a compliment for him.
And Twitch
so now he's
really
like,
likes that.
I'll take the cloak off your corpse. Yeah, go ahead and post the spell for me so we can see what it does.
1 second. It's not doing it.
So you guys all lose line of sight to the Vault Guardian as well, because the wall is opaque, so you cannot see the Vault Guardian.
And
Each creature within its area must make a Dex saving throw. So Drepix, your Dex save is at disadvantage because you're prone and restrained. And my Dex save is not at disadvantage. Well, this is a magic spell, so I get advantage on my Dex save.
So I take no damage.
When the wall appears, each creature on a failed save, a creature takes damage, or half as much on a successful save. But you saved, so you take no damage. I will take half, assumedly. One side of the wall selected by you when you cast this spell deals damage to each creature that ends its turn within 10 feet of that side, of which Drepix cannot escape, and that's not a saving throw. So when Drepix starts his turn, well, when Drepix ends his turn, he will be in the fire wall, taking... I assume you want the inside of the wall to cause damage, not the outside, right? Okay. So it is a pillar of flame shooting out from the wall to the center.
And when Twitch casts that, he shoots 2 arcs of electricity that draw the line. And when his screaming, I will give you a fire battle, he says that all in Infernal.
Alright. Since the wall is opaque and nobody can see anything except for Drepix that's happening inside the wall, I'm going to whisper something to you, Doug.
Okie doke.
So you can scream out something if you want, like as a free action, but just not more than 6 seconds of talking. But that's what you see happening inside the wall of fire. Twitch, are you going to remain at that space? Oh yeah, you're restrained. You can't move. Okay.
I would like to. Oh, I can't even get up.
So, if I can use the free action to yell, I'll just yell, "You fools! Flames don't have it!"
That's under 6 seconds. I'll allow it. Through the roaring inferno, you all hear Drepix's voice calling you fools, and that the fire doesn't seem to be harming it. Twitch, you take 12 lightning damage at the end of your turn as you didn't escape from the witch bolt orb.
Twitch is down. Well, the fire goes out.
Wow. Nicely played, sir. Nicely played. So Drepix, you will not die on your next turn. But the creature, as you all see it now, the steel of it was burning hot for a moment, and then it just returns to its normal color, and the creature seems unaffected, undamaged by the fire. Greg, it is your turn.
All right, I'm gonna move. 5, 10, 15.
Oh yeah, wild magic. There, it didn't happen.
25, 30, and Eldritch Blast him twice more.
Wait, you moved out of my reach, correct? I have 15 reach. I'm gonna hit you with my.
Can he do that while confused?
I was just going to ask that.
The confusion doesn't say I can't take reactions.
Oh my god! Oh, thank God I have adamantine armor. That doesn't trigger any of his critical effects.
Oh, so how? I'm gonna roll damage, and I'm gonna have to ignore the crit damage. Okay, but when I hit you, Drepix is within 30 feet of you, so I will need a dexterity save at disadvantage from Drepix. So 17 plus 33. 43. That's 50 damage.
I had 49 health. I am down.
Oh! And you're down at 15 feet away from me. So go back to 15 feet away. And Drepix, that's a fail on the... So you take 25 lightning. Well, you take 12 lightning, right? Because you half it.
Yeah.
Or does that use your reaction to do evasion, or is that just automatic?
I believe it's a reaction.
If it's a reaction, you've used your reaction since your last turn, so you can't use it again.
Yeah, I'm down anyways.
Okay, so as Ikreg draws its attack in a confused state, it just lashes out with its lightning flail and smacks Ikreg, bringing him down, and it ricochets to Drepix, and Drepix falls as well. Wow, I killed 3 players in one turn!
And you were complaining about being nerfed.
I am nerfed. If I could do my other power that I really, really want to do, that'd be great.
Well, I'm glad that crit didn't hit. That probably would.
Yeah, that would have been, what would that have been? 17 plus 17 is 34, 44, 46, 50, 66. That'd have been 69 damage.
Yeah, that would have got me.
And Rar, you are in the form of a giant constrictor snake. You start your turn there. I need a dex save with the snake stats, though.
Yep. When I turn into a constrictor snake, it's not like druid shaped, right? I don't regain anything. I just turn into the snake, so I lose my rage and stuff.
You lose your rage and stuff, and you have all the stats of a snake, but you retain your personality. That's all it says for polymorph. So you know that you are Tarar, but you are physically a snake with only a snake's abilities.
Okay. Here comes my d20 plus 2. I fail.
So as you slither through the lightning, you take 21 points of damage at the beginning of your turn.
And as the living embodiment of my god's vengeance, I'm going to crawl 30 feet, or slither 30 feet up. 30, and I'm going to bite. You know what? Fuck, no. I have to bite, because I was 30 feet. Okay, I'm going to bite at this creature with my 10-foot reach. Ooh, sweet.
Oh,
That's
shit.
a crit! Nice! Alright, so max your normal damage and then roll it.
Okay, so this is going to be 16 plus 2d6. 16 plus 6 for 22. I don't know if this is magical damage or not.
It is not magical. You are a giant constrictor snake.
Okay,
So
so
I'm
11. And that's all I can do. That's the end of Terrar's turn.
Alright, so you dig your fangs deep into this creature and it spews oil and fuel on you, gas. And you just wiggle your head back and forth and try to rip chunks out of it.
I think it should be 2d6 plus 4.
Yes, but I already did the 2d6 plus 4 with the crit roll. And that was the 16 plus this 6 for the critical strike.
Right. 16 plus 6 is 22 and you halved it to 11. That's correct. Alright, the Vault Guardian is having its turn, and at the end of this turn it will end its confusion. So at the beginning of its turn it's going to attack something within 30... Being that I'm confused, I could attack anything down or up. So I'm going to roll a d4, and I'm going to go clockwise starting from Drepit.
Okay, Terrar is 1, 2, 3, 4.
No, that's Drepix. I said clockwise from Drepix. So Drepix is 1, Ikreg is 2, Starla is 3, Terrar is 4.
Are you sure? Sure?
Yeah. I'm sure. So I get to attack Drepix. Well, with advantage. Oh, I could kill him.
Oh,
You
it's
could
two-
outright kill him.
I thought it was 2 crit saves.
Well, if I do, what's your max health, Drepix?
53.
If I did 53 points of damage, I would kill him.
Here's the question. If you crit on this, does that also affect the 5d8 lightning it does? Would it then be max 5d8 plus 5d8?
No, because the lightning that it ricochets off is a saving throw.
Okay.
It's
so
not
gonna be like,
attacking. It's basically the lightning whip itself sparks it because it's a flail. So the way I imagine it is that it has several heads, but it's only attacking one thing with one head, and the other heads just randomly attack something within 30 feet of it. I'm not going to kill you, Drepix. I'm going to give you 2 failed death saves. So you can kill yourself unless somebody tries to revive you before your next turn. However, I am going to ask for Ikreg, not Starla, because Starla is more than 30 feet away from Drepix. Ikreg and Terrar, I need dex saves.
I'm unconscious.
Oh, so Ikreg, you're also going to take 2 failed death saves. Wait a minute. Time out. Does a 14 hit you, Drepix?
No.
Then belay all of that shit. I literally attacked you with advantage while you were prone and missed you. While you are dead, unconscious, and prone, I slammed the ground next to you.
It's because it's confused.
Lightning fail, and then up to 3 other creatures of the Hellfire Engine's choice that can see within... Oh, so I still need the dex saves from Ikreg, which is going to be a fail. So Ikreg will get 2 failed death saves.
Damn.
And Tarar, you gave me your dex save of 12, which fails, so I get to roll 5d8.
Yeah, at least it's a low roll.
Yeah, that's a really low. That's a. Well, I did miss my target, so maybe the flail just didn't hit very well. The only reason it hit Ikreg so well is because he's just laying there. But so was Drepix. Apparently, Drepix evades even in unconsciousness.
Must be nice.
So that was the Vault Guardian's turn. He is now going to take his move. He's going to move straight to there, stomping on Surakith. Provoking from you, Tarar, as I move away from you. And Surakith, I need a dex.
Did the 18 hit?
The 18 does hit.
Okay, so he'll take 5 points of piercing.
It looks like you also
5
stay
points
away
of
from Starlight.
piercing, and Surakith, you get knocked prone, and you are restrained, and you're going to take 8d6 bludgeoning.
Am I allowed to at least cast spells?
What do you mean?
I'll cast spells if I'm prone, right?
Yeah, you can cast spells when you're prone. If you're making attack rolls, they would have disadvantage, as you're prone and restrained. You're stuck between my toes as I'm trying to squish you into the ground. Tarar, you said you did 5 damage to me?
Yeah, it was 10 total resistance, so it's 5. And then it looks like Starla lashed out with her club.
Your boomstick hits, Starla. You can't do 0, so I'm going to take 1. 1 is the very minimum damage you can do, but I love that you rolled a 0.
Starla's hands are numb.
I have a -1 strength.
I know, that's awesome. I love it. But yeah, 1 is the minimum damage you can do on an attack, even with resistance. Technically, I can't take half a point of damage, so yeah, you just bopped me for 1 point. And Surakith, you are restrained and prone, and you took 27 damage, right?
Question,
Yes.
DM.
Were you concentrating on anything?
No.
Question, DM. As this thing was trucking over these runes, did they turn on or off?
They did not. They did not react to it moving over the runes.
Okay.
Did it go through Starla's space?
Sorta, kinda, but I can say that I moved next to you. It didn't have to go through your space. My actual movement could have been like this. Just so I would still provoke from you, but
Attacks the guy that hasn't even hurt him the entire time.
Very, very generous of you, DM.
yeah, I thought that mistakenly, I thought that Surakith was concentrating on something, and I was trying
No, I
to
was doing
concentrate.
anything.
Yeah, my bad. But it is your turn, Surakith. Take your vengeance.
Yeah, okay, sure.
You could kill it.
Or save the party.
It is falling. It is falling apart as it stomps across the ground.
Okay, as a bonus action, I'm going to not... I know I'm really not being a very bad... Hitting Drepix, Ikreg, Starla, me, and Twitch.
What happened?
And is that 5 or 6? Drepix, Ikreg, Starla, me, Twitch, 5, right? Oh, and the Hawk too, I guess, right? Are you hurt, the Hawk? No, Terrar.
Yeah, I'm not hurt.
Hey, Chris, do me a favor and post the actual spell, Mass Healing Word, so I can see what it says.
I'm doing it as my
I
bonus
don't know
action.
why you guys don't actually... You're so non-verbose. I always put all the info in the thing that I'm doing. You guys just put the very minimum.
No,
Well, actually, I can't say you guys. Some of you actually are very descriptive in your flavor text.
I was gonna say that basically raise my hand to the air. Well, first I want to say, darling, if you really wanted my attention, you didn't have to run me over. And then I'll raise my hand to the sky, and as dark energy coalesces around it, can you guys get this thing off of me? And I'll pull my horn down, and then dark energy comes from the sky, hits everybody who's down, and gives them energy, life.
Excellent. Thank you. That's the role play I like.
Then
All right, so everybody within 60 feet of you, up to 6 creatures that you choose.
So I chose me, Starla, Ikrid, Trepix, Twitch, and Terrar.
All right, so you still have an action left, and you can't move because you're restrained and prone, but you can use.
I'm gonna try to stab it with the dagger.
All right, you can stab it with disadvantage.
Of course.
A 12 will bounce off of its armored hide.
Okay, would have been nice. I probably would have killed it if I had hit.
Giving at the end of Surikith's turn, I'm going to use a legendary action. Yeah, I'm gonna piss off David right now. Best friend time. Ready, David? Because I am not confused anymore. I'm going to take aim at the elevator doors, the wall here, and I'm going to launch a ball. Each creature within 30 feet of the wall, not... Yeah, I guess that's going to target... Yeah, move that purple line out. I thought I was just out of range. I am 30 feet away from the wall. So if I target the wall, not Dahak Square, but the wall, this point, right here. So I am out of range. I'm not targeting myself or Surikith. Yes, thank you. That's the line I'm looking for. Each creature within 30 feet of that point must make a dex save. So I need Gamork and Twitch, who have disadvantage on this dex save because they're restrained, and Dahak gets to make the dex save normally. As it launches a ball of fire out that explodes against the elevator door. That is a fail for Twitch. That is a fail for Dahak. Or that's Gamork, I guess. That is a fail for Dahak. Okay, so everybody failed. Alright, so the explosion blasts the wall behind you, Dahak, and does 56 points of damage to everyone who failed.
So, Twitch is completely blown to smithereens.
Alright, so Twitch is dead, requiring Surikith to bring him back.
I have no more spell slots.
No, Ken, Twitch is blown to pieces.
Yeah, but Revivify would work.
I don't have any more spell slots. I used my last one to bring the party back.
Oh, wow.
I guess we wrote down and I brought him back.
No, that was your choice to spend your Revivify. I I don't know. I would normally keep that in the bag when you're doing a boss fight, just in case somebody dies. But okay. So Twitch, I guess you're dead.
Mark, where would the magic resistance you're thinking come from?
God dang it! I wanted Twitch to.
Isn't Gamork a clockwork hound?
Yes, he is. Let me look up his card.
Clockwork hounds have magic resistance. Advantage on saving throws against spell and other magical effects. Is this a magical effect?
Yep. So I just basically have to roll again and see if he doesn't fail.
Twitch, since I did this for Drepix, I'm going to give you 2 failed death saves. If somebody doesn't bring you up before you fail it, I'll let you kill yourself. Because I did that for Doug. It's only fair that I do that for you too. I could have killed... Oh no, I missed Doug.
I am dead. I am dead. I'm saying
you are
dead.
blown to smithereens. Now to Hawk.
He explodes in this burst of electrical discharge, and all that's left are his clothes.
What was the DC save on that?
You do have the diamonds, Chris, because that's what was in the spirits that you guys collected.
We didn't get.
I put the diamonds in the campaign
to bring
on
back
purpose.
Ikrig.
Oh, I thought I had put the resources in there for you to be able to revivify. That's okay. I'm not trying to make anybody feel crappy. A healing word at level 1 would do the same thing one at a time to each of the people that were down. But I didn't know you were completely out of spell slots.
I was worried that they were all going to be on their second death saves, and basically I wanted to bring them back up again because I thought he was almost dead. I figured he'd be dead.
I mean,
well, he is gonna die. The Hawk is going to kill him.
It was a spur of the moment decision.
Instead, I could have just said, "Screw you guys," and have my reserve weapon come over and just try to attack it and kill it with the Death Cleric's ability. But I thought, "Oh, I'll be a healer and just bring the party back."
Wait a minute! You could have done both.
No, that's only word. It's a bonus
then...
action. And I had bonus action is also a spiritual weapon. I couldn't do both.
Yeah, that's true. You can't do 2 bonus actions in a turn. Alright, well, it's a boss fight. I guess one person has to die.
Ken, what was the DC save on the explosion? Oh, DC 20.
Yeah, DC 20.
Okay.
So.
Alright.
But it is your turn, Dahak. You're going to kill it now.
Yeah, but first, for Gamork being restrained with this electrical force, can he use his own action to unrestrain himself and move away from it?
Yes, he can make an acrobatics or an athletics check to try to break free from the lightning whip.
Let's get that first. Athletics check.
That is a success, so you break free.
Okay. And then, can he run and I hop on him and then we continue his movement? Is that fine?
Yeah, Gamork used his action to break free, so he would still have a movement left, and then you could use your movement to mount him.
Okay.
But he would only have... Wasn't he prone?
He was just restrained. He wasn't prone.
Oh, okay.
So do you want me to use my movement speed to go from this point? Or half of it?
No. Well, your movement speed is halved, but Gamork's movement speed isn't halved.
Okay.
If he wasn't prone, that's why I asked. If he was standing up, then he's not prone, so he could move his normal speed.
Why did it move? Okay. And then I'm going to, with all of my might, pull back another arrow. And fingers crossed, everyone, with advantage. 22.
That's a hit.
And then with sneak and hunters, Jesus.
Quit rolling like me, David. What are you doing?
So 9, 10, 11 points on that one.
Yeah, he had 9 health left. So with your first shot, you pierce the gnome that's just inside the shield in the front of its face. You go right through the eye of the creature and into the eye of the gnome. And all of the little tubes that are attached from the gnome to the iron beast detach, almost as if like the Matrix is spitting out a person. They all spew out, and liquid goes spraying out, and the creature tumbles over to the ground and falls down dead.
I can't imagine that thing just like at full strength without being confused. Oh.
Yeah, and Twitch did point out to me something that I technically could have rolled over Starla and hit Starla on my way to Surikith. And I was generous. But this was supposed to be a deadly encounter for the first time. I thought maybe it is a deadly encounter. But at this point, we're out of initiative.
Trebek stands up, bruised. He is going to cast False Life, his second level on himself.
I'm only moving the Vault Guardian so I can see the runes, in case you guys wanted to do something with those still.
We need to heal up and see what we can do.
Well, so I need to put you in the moment, though. So as soon as the creature falls, remember, we could still be in initiative because the layer is still acting. Every 6 seconds, the ground is shaking and more rocks are falling. So when you say you need to take time to heal, do you really have time to do that? The ceiling is coming down on you. The ground is shaking. The vault door is in front of you, spewing lightning out from underneath it. Tarar would probably slither away from the door.
I get you.
Can I eat Twitch?
Yeah, before you do that, I take the monocle off him.
Yeah, you've got him in your jaws. You're like, oh, it's food, and I'm so big, I could eat him. Why couldn't you eat him? You can eat him. He's small. He's a morsel of food.
He's basically Twitch soup, so have fun.
I say as soon as he touches Twitch, he takes 1d12 lightning damage.
That's like eating Pop Rocks.
So, Trebix wants to climb onto the fallen Vault Guardian and see if he can open the hatch and pull this gnome out.
I'm gonna help Trepix out.
I want to step on this rune.
Okay. Starla, somebody pulled the monocle off, and Tarar said he's got Twitch in his mouth. So I don't think Tarar gave you a chance to take all the stuff off of Twitch. So no, you can't get it unless Mark comes back and says, fine, I won't eat Twitch. But if he gulped down Twitch, you had enough time to yank the monocle off his face before he sucked him down. But otherwise, no, the bag of tricks is in Tarar's belly.
Does he rip the bag of tricks open with his teeth as he chews down Twitch?
No, you have to use an action to summon the creature, so that won't matter. But
So a giant
even if it did, he would
stomach?
just get more food.
Yeah,
I was
there's
hoping we could
charges
see a
left.
giant elk alien out of his stomach.
But the ground is continuing to shake. More rocks are falling. I'm going to just go ahead and keep rolling until you guys tell me what to do. And wherever your characters are, I might just drop rocks on you.
I'm standing on
Which
the...
us did call out some things. Trebix is climbing aboard the Vault Guardian and trying to open the hatch to pull the gnome out.
I'm aiding Drepix, seeing if we can pull some information from the corpse, something that might show us how to turn this thing off.
I want to step in this room and see what happens.
As you try to yank the gnome out of the body of the Vault Guardian, it starts to, the skin and the flesh just start to deteriorate into ash, and you are basically pulling a skeleton out of there.
Can I slip in and see if I can activate this thing to get to the vault doors?
You can certainly try to crawl inside of it, but you see basically where all the plugs are attached to the inside of the creature that attach to the blue cables that were inside the gnome. So unless you can do surgery on yourself within a few seconds and attach all those blue cables and figure out how to make them work, you feel like you can't. There's no levers or buttons on the inside.
Okay, that's what I was curious about.
Yeah.
Did he leave any clothes behind when I pulled that withered corpse that turned to dust?
I mean, the thing was about 500 years older than it should have been, being kept alive only by the magic of its duty as Vault Guardian, so the bones are starting to crumble as well.
So was he just like an old, withered gnome that was naked in this thing?
He wasn't naked, but he was wearing the same type of garb that the other gnomes wear, that is like metal and tied together with the glowing blue cables. But it looks very, very old, like a style that was generations ahead.
Pretty much checking to see if there were notes or any items on him that were left inside this thing.
Starla, when you step there on those two runes, when you step on this one, it goes dark and this one lights up.
I'll step on this one.
Surkith, when you step on that one goes dark. And the one you're on, Starla, here is dark too.
When I stepped on this one, which one lit back up? I'm gonna go step on that one up there. See if that one turns the one I was just.
Okay, you can step on that one, and the one you just came from lights back up.
I'll step on the circular one.
Does the one I stand on? Does that one go out?
It does. It goes out. Surikith, when you step on that one, this one lights back up, and the one you're stepping on goes dark. Okay, so hold on. We've had them move 3 times. Is anybody else doing anything before I drop rocks on somebody's head?
Gerard just starts fighting with the dead.
What, Mark?
I start biting at the dead machine.
Okay.
I was.
You also
searching
swallowed
the
a bag of tricks.
You poop it out eventually.
I'm still waiting for the answer on if there are items left in this guy's clothes inside this thing.
No, the gnome itself is just crumbling into ash. The more you poke at it, the more he deteriorates. And the machine is just leaking fluids, and it looks like it's lifeless now. As a matter of fact, pieces of it start falling off. The lightning, however, is still pulsating out from underneath the door.
I will.
Can you take this one off since it's not lit anymore? Since it is lit now again.
Traffics, when you step there, and Ikreg, when you step there, those two go dark.
I come down to help Surikith. Which one? I think This one was the one that was alternating with the one that she's on now.
Are you still on Gamork?
Uh-oh. My token just disappeared.
You just got evaporated because you're standing
Yeah,
there.
I saw that. Why did your token disappear?
I have no idea.
You got evaporated when you stood on it.
Alright, well, you can pull yourself back out, I guess. Let me change your side.
I think that was my fault because I still have control of his token.
Oh. Don't eat me, Terrar Snake.
I think you might be typing Ken, but when I step off of that one over to this one, does that one still stay off?
Alright, Terrar should no longer have control of Dahak. So you moved off of one and stepped on a different one?
Yes.
Which one did you move off of? Yeah, the one you moved off of lights back up, and the one you step on goes dark. Ah! You guys are so close.
Yeah, I think we need to be standing on all of them.
Yeah, I'm gonna shout at Terrar and tell him to step on the one between me and Trepix.
I'm just biting this thing.
And your dog's up and oh, never mind, it's not alive.
Yeah, anybody have any gnome bits so I can use as treat? To lure Terrar over here?
I command my dog to go step on that one, Mork.
I have unlimited castings of animal friendship as long as it's on snakes.
Yeah, as a Wanti, you would, wouldn't you?
Would you come up and help us here, Terrar?
Terrar, you're feeling a pull. Like, it's unnatural that you would respond to Starla in this way, but almost as if you see Starla as a parental figure. As a master of your pack, even. If there were such a thing in the mind of a snake.
So as she casts this, Careless Whisper begins playing, and I immediately snap up towards it. What do you want me to go?
Just find a glowing symbol and sit on it. You might be big enough to cover two if they're next.
The one that's all the way down by Circuit.
Trepix, are you not standing on this right now?
I was gonna head over to that one.
Oh. Well, the Terrar just slithered onto your space and is covering two symbols at once.
So yeah, Drepix, you can go all the way down to the triangle.
Alright, as soon as all the lit symbols are still lit, and you all move on to them, the lightning stops pulsating from under the door.
So, Ken, just out of curiosity, if we had others that had died and not had enough people, we wouldn't have been able to unlock that, right?
There's another solution.
Okay.
You are in possession of a magic item that is the solution, but you guys decided not to use it.
I wasn't gonna say anything about the chimes, but
yeah, you
if we
hear
could unlock it first,
Ikred, I need a dexterity save from you.
Uh-oh.
Oh, we didn't turn off that?
No, the ground shaking is because you guys blew up the mother effing mountain.
My zombies
you guys
destroying the
set
mountain.
a boiler room to explode, and that's what's causing the whole place to crumble and fall apart. You can't stop that. You're just trying to open the vault door.
Remember, I had that zombie keep turning the knob. I'm basically gonna blow up an entire gnome mountain.
I am down.
Greg, you take 12 bludgeoning damage from the rocks that fall on you, and you fall unconscious and prone underneath the rocks.
So you said the lightning evaporated, but the doors still remain closed, or did they?
The lightning stopped, and you heard a loud click, like a.
I get in range and cast that on Greg.
I thought you were out of spell slots.
First, I have first level spell slots.
Oh,
I don't have third level.
Hey, Greg, you are back up again as you feel the dark energy of the snake cleric.
Tirar is going to slither over to Starla and sort of pick her up and have her stand on his head as he slithers around.
We need to get into this room.
Yeah, I was gonna say, did we activate everything? Can we go in there?
To the
You
door.
heard you heard the door click. Nobody is making a movement to the door, so I'm gonna roll a d100.
I'm gonna move towards the door.
I'm like down friendship too.
All right, so as you all get closer to the door, you can see those handles are 8 to 10 feet long. They're huge. These doors are huge. The doors are 60 feet across, each one of them.
Tirar Snake will bite onto one, try to twist it, and constrict it back.
What is your strength score for your snake?
The snake has a strength of 19,
That's
modifier plus 4.
That's awesome. You are able to grip that door, pull the handle down, and the door swings open by your mighty neck muscles. And you all slither past the doorway. This is kind of a theater of the mind section here. So imagine this as I'm going to describe it to you. What you see in the next room is there is 3 concentric circles that act like catwalks that come out from the center. There's a pedestal in the center of the room. The pedestal itself seems to be a spire of stone that reaches all the way down into a glowing red, hot lava bed that you see about 150 feet below you. The opening of the door swings open to a large platform that's a semicircle in front of you, kind of like the mirror image of this area that you're standing in. And then the catwalk, the narrow 5-foot catwalk goes away from, that leads to the center of the room. The room itself is about 200 feet in diameter, so it's a very large chamber. The top, or directly above the catwalk, is another spider web of those blue cables going every which way, but they all are joining in the center, attached to a 12-sided polygonal shape cube that's about the size of a small fist, about the size of a goblin's fist. Each face of the cube, or the polygonal shape, is a different color crystal or gem attached to the outside of it, or embedded to the outside of it. And those blue cables are basically suspending the cube in midair, and they're pulsating with power. And you can feel, any of you that are spellcasters, you can feel the energy just pulsating from this thing. As you open the doors and you start to look across the room, you can see rocks crumbling and falling from the ceiling, getting dangerously close to the thin catwalks.
See, I think so. It looks like that this cube thing is what we're after. So I'll start walking out there to go get it.
All right, as you start to make your way across the catwalk, who is this? Is this Starla saying? Oh yeah,
Starla, yes.
Starla, yes. Starla, will you roll a d20 for me? Just a straight d20. All right, so as you make your way across the catwalk to the first of the 3 concentric circles that meet, so let's see, I guess I could draw this for you if you guys can't understand, or if my description isn't very good. It's basically like a target, right? There's a bullseye in the center, and then there's 3 rings expanding out from the center of the bullseye, and you are basically on a, yes, like that, and then you're on a plateau that's basically jutting out of the edge of the 3rd ring. And then there are lines, yes, there's 4 catwalks going north, south, east, and west, like the needles of a compass, away from the center. And you are coming down one of these. And so, Starla, you make it. There's actually one more red circle on the outside because there's 3 catwalks. Oh, well, I guess that would count. The center is where the thing is. So, Starla, you make it to this first one. Just as rocks fall from the ceiling and barely miss your head and the catwalk that you're standing on. But you are 20 feet in front of your. Each one is 20 feet away from each other. Or I guess it's more than that because the whole cavern is 200 feet in diameter. So you're moving about a 100-foot radius divided by 3. You're moving about 30 feet. You're moving your movement speed to get to one catwalk.
Trapix will run to catch up to Starla.
Okay, so I need a straight D20 roll if you try to move to a catwalk.
Ken, I have a question. Do these catwalks, am I able to, or would somebody be able to get under them and protect themselves from these falling rocks?
You would basically be hanging from the bars of like you were in a playground crossing across the monkey bars. You could try to do that, but there's no roof above the catwalks. They're basically like narrow rope bridges, but they're made of metal.
Okay.
Imagine the scene from Serenity when Mal is trying to broadcast the information to the universe. That is what you're on. Or the scene from iRobot where you're trying to plug the thing in the center of the brain. All of those are relevant here.
Who does Eckert stab with a screwdriver?
Right. So that's what I want you to kind of picture in your head, and then imagine that there's a massive earthquake and that you see the lava bubbling up from below and shooting geysers of flame hundreds of feet into the air.
Are they reaching close to the catwalks?
They are reaching close to the catwalks. In some spaces, they even hit the catwalks and start to melt the steel.
Well.
Drepix, your D20 roll. Okay, so when you get to the first set of catwalks, or the outer ring, a rock hits you in the leg and bruises your leg really badly, and you now move at half your speed.
I'll give it an attempt too. So just roll a D20.
Yep.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Oh! Surikith, you slip and fall off of the catwalk. I need a dexterity saving throw. That's the worst thing you could roll, is a 1 on a d20. I basically have a chart. A 6 is a fail. Surikith, you fall about 150 feet into a pool of lava and you are no more.
Can I snatch out and bite her?
No, because you did not move yet. Surikith is 30 feet away from you.
Oh.
Okay. There is a simple solution here, but I don't know if there's a spell slot remaining for it.
Oh, I was going to cast Fly and then fly over.
Okay, if you cast Fly, that makes your movement speed, what, like 120 feet or something?
It's 60, and then a dash is 120.
Yeah, so you could fly to the cube in one round, and then I need a d20 roll.
Well, that's why I was trying to figure out if I could fly under it, but you said there was lava, so I less inclined to do that.
Yeah, you can't.
But I will still cast Fly.
You can't avoid the D20 roll, but you can speed up your movement.
12.
All right, a 12 is next to the bruised leg. Essentially, it's just going to do the same thing that it did to Drepix, except I get to pick a different extremity. So I'll say your arm. Your right arm gets hit with a boulder, and your right arm is bruised, and you would have disadvantage on any ranged attack.
Does that include spells?
It does. If it makes an attack roll. For an amount of time. It's not permanent.
Fair enough.
Could Dahak get there on Gamork? Gamork's 50 dash would make it 100.
It's 100 feet to the center.
All right.
It's a 200-foot diameter room, right? So it's 100 feet to the center. But you don't. Ikreg is got the gem. He yanked it. So Ikreg, when you get there and you basically grab the cube, you can feel it pulsating with energy, and you just tear it out of these cables that are holding it. And you started to fly 20 feet back when you were hit with the boulder.
Okay,
So
I didn't realize
you're 80 feet away from the door currently, and 50 feet away from your allies that are standing on the first outer ring.
Yeah, I didn't realize I'd made it all the way to the gym. Cool.
So you guys can either move forward, or you can wait on the platform for Ikreg to fly back.
Yeah, I'm going to wait for him to come back.
That's what I thought you guys were going to do from the very start, but Surkith gave her life as you watched.
I'm gonna go to sleep then, because there's no point in me here.
Yeah, I'll have a message for you in Twitch at the end of the session. I'll probably just send it on Facebook Messenger, because I have a solution for a death in the party, but you just have to agree to it if you want. You don't have to.
This would probably be the worst D&D I ever had. I rolled missed everything, and then I screwed up on Spanish, and then I
have had the same night. No, just ask Mark.
No, this is... Come on. You just basically incented my character, and I didn't even get just even saved. No one tried to save me.
You made two death saves, essentially, and you failed.
Supposed to get 3.
Essentially is the key word there. Yeah. You rolled a 1 on the D20, so you had a 5% chance of falling, and then I gave you the death
fine,
save
man.
to keep yourself.
It's okay. It's okay. I'm sorry. I don't take these very well. I mean, I understand being killed by a creature or something like that, but just not having a chance and just dying in lava is just... I'm sorry. I'm having a hard time with that. Especially when I gave up my evening to be here, so... I'm a log. Plus, yeah, it was basically made me feel bad that I just screwed up my spells and everything. It's just not been a good night for me.
I'm gonna start my way back if somebody's already flying.
All right, so you guys make it back to the door, and the place is crumbling. As you make your way to the elevator door seems to be a bit damaged from the blast that the Vault Guardian assaulted it with, but it is still a workable door. You get into the vault with let's see.
I'm gonna have to drop concentration on the polymorph so that Tarar can...
Yeah, Tarar won't fit if he's still a snake. Greg.
I begin to form down, and I'm just like... And then I stop, and everybody's looking at me like an idiot. And I'm back to...
Who memorized buttons?
Ikreg remembered.
I did.
Ikreg had his intelligence check that he passed, so he is able to remember where he wants to go. Yeah, that's true. I could roll the damage, but I also have to roll the 200-foot drop, which is 20d6.
No, I'm just saying that with the 10d10 and the 20d6, I think the outright damage would have killed Surikith anyways.
Yeah. And
So
I did give Surikith the dex save to try to save herself. That was the point of the dex save. I've had a character die from falling as well. It happens.
Nearly killed Twitch in the very beginning.
I know. Twitch had what, 1 hit point or 2 hit points left from the fall.
There were 3 different times when Twitch was saved by 1 hit point. He fell 200 feet and was saved with 1 HP by his animals, and then he fell down the grate and was saved from instant death by 1 hit point.
Yeah, I was curious about that too. Did something happen? Because he shot his ball of destruction on the elevator door, right?
Yeah, I was describing that. I said the elevator door is damaged, but it seems to still be serviceable. You can.
Okay, so we're not going to have any issues.
You have to wiggle the door to kind of get it open, but the elevator itself is still intact. The door is just damaged.
Okay, I was just concerned if we were going to start using it and it was going to wobble around the whole time.
Yeah, I'll get to that.
Okay.
So, you get in the elevator and you get to make a selection. So you get to tell me where you want to go based on what I described on your way here. So I had described several rooms that you flew by, and you did see something happening in one of the areas.
I do remember the hangar, which is my first my first idea of where to go.
All right, so you start inputting. If without waiting for your allies to make a decision.
Oh yeah, hell no.
You just input the right combination of buttons, and you start heading towards the hangar. As you guys, as the elevator's moving, it starts to speed up a little bit faster than it seemed to go before, as it raises up, and almost as if the lava itself is shooting up from the ground, propelling the elevator up even faster than it was before. The doors actually fall off of the elevator and fall down into the darkness, and now you are left in a 3/4 glass shell with an opening as the elevator is launching itself from one cable to another cable. You're holding on to each other, holding on to the side of the elevator, and looking for anything that you can grip. Clockwork Gamorx's claws are just gripping into the floor of the elevator as Dahak hangs on. Tarar's arms are spread wide at one edge of the elevator, planting his hands and his feet on the walls to the either side of him, and people are holding on to Tarar, trusting his strength to hold as the elevator is shimmying back and forth. But you will eventually make it to the vault, the hangar. During this elevator ride, you guys can benefit from a short rest. So go
Take
ahead.
us to the nursery.
And if you want to take a few moments to level yourselves up to 8th level, you gain the benefits of leveling up to 8th, but you don't automatically fully heal. So you can use hit dice, you can use spells if you have any left, anything you have to heal.
Do we get that extra hit dice for being level 8?
You do.
Awesome.
So I'm going to take a bathroom break while you guys do that, and I'll be back in a couple of minutes.
I'll probably roll. Oh. We get to re-roll hit dice on ones, right? Didn't even matter.
think all I get is an ability score improvement.
Same.
Yeah, Mike. Do get banished.
Nobody's talking. I'm back. It's the sign of death in a D&D party. It happens.
I think we're all leveling up.
Okay.
Okay, I'm ready to go.
I'm just typing out the description for banishment.
Oh yay, my favorite spell.
Just
I learned Fireball.
So I now have a wild shape fly ability, so you might want to add a giant eagle or something. Giant eagle.
Gesundheit.
Oh, sorry, I thought I was muted. But I will respond, Dankeschön.
Is a giant eagle huge or large?
That's what she said.
Large creature.
Okay, so you should have control of that. And I put it in the all players can see token list. So I think you should be able to pull that out. And it should be connected to a Giant Eagle's stats. But I think that is... It should have the Giant Eagle stuff on it.
I do not see it on the list, and I can't control it right now. Oh, there it is at the top. It doesn't have a picture on the list, but I still can't control it. There we go. We got control now.
Okay, yeah. So you should have control of it now. And so do you see it on the list now?
Yeah, I got it.
Okay, cool. So I can delete this token. And I'll move you guys to the next map. I don't know, being that it's a monstrous campaign, how your emotional state would be, having lost 2 of your party members. But you are persevering. The elevator is rushing forth. And the familiar voice comes over the intercom and says, landing at the hangar.
Tarar is sad that the dagger fell in the lava. He's not so sad for the deceitful snake woman. He was pretty sad about Twitch because he found Twitch amusing.
Yeah, and Twitch was blown to smithereens. But like I said, I have a solution for Twitch. You're Brad, right? Or did I get that wrong?
Jeremy is Twitch. Starla is
okay. Jeremy is Twitch. Okay. Yeah, I try to remember that Starla is Jack. Right?
Correct.
Okay. That's how I remember it, because Jack is Brad to me. So I'll try to remember that better next time. So yeah, Jeremy, I have a solution for you if you're interested, and for Chris, or it's a way you can still play in the campaign if you want to, but I'll message you about that at the end of this session.
Okay, will do.
You're of course willing to, or welcome to stay on and listen if you want. We have an hour and 15 minutes left, so, but you don't have to. It's completely up to you. The tie-in doesn't relate to what's happening right now. You guys find yourself, the elevator is essentially at the end of the stairs. It lands at the end of the stairs. And there are many of these platforms around. So you're kind of off, you're in the center here. But only one of the platforms looks like it still has airships attached or on them. What you see right away is that one of the airships is completely demolished. Some rocks have fallen on it. The balloon at the top of the airship has been deflated, and it is in ruins. There is one airship left that seems to be in working order, and you see several gnome guards guiding a line of children, gnome children. They're all walking in a line, and they're kind of saying, hurry up, as the rocks are falling. The ground is shaking. The hangar door seems to be askew, almost as if the door, and it's a giant portcullis. You see several airships just off in the distance. You can see daylight outside, so it is daytime outside. And you see several airships flying off to the south of the mountain. You can tell by the position of the sun which direction they're heading. They're flying in a tight formation away from the mountain, and one airship here with the gem in the center of the airship is lit up a bright blue, and these wings are kind of flapping a little bit, and there is a balloon on the top of it. It's just not in the picture. So there are ropes attached to a large inflated balloon, and it looks like it is ready to take off as these children begin to make their way onto the airship. And you see an especially large gnome that you had heard described by a previous gnome. You all recollect this information because it's unmistakable. As you see him, he has two very large iron hands and he's gripping a battle axe, a great axe that's as big as himself, and he's kind of ordering in a very deep, husky voice, unlike most gnomes. He also doesn't have a beard. He is clean shaven, and he is directing the gnome guards to get these children on the ship as quickly as possible, as they must make their escape as before the ceiling falls, and they do not notice you at the moment. So you can position yourself however you want on these stairs before I open up initiative, and then we're going to act in initiative order. But they don't see you at the moment.
So I'm going to turn to the others, kind of put my finger to my lips, kind of saying be very quiet, and I'm shifting my hat to make myself look like that female gnome druid that we met outside.
You're trying to make yourself look like Lorilla?
Yes.
Okay. Alright, I will allow you that action before initiative starts. And I'm going to add my guys to initiative real quick, and then we'll see how the rest of you act. All right, it looks like I've got everybody in initiative, and look at that, Drepix, you're first. Okay, so they currently are surprised by you. So they have the surprise condition on the first round. And this is kind of a special type of surprise. They can act on their turn, but they cannot act towards you because they don't see you. So their actions will be involving getting the children on board the ship. Until they notice you. During the first round, they don't notice you. So Drepix, you're the first to act as you see the only workable airship being loaded with children, and there are 4 gnome guards. You do see an artificer at the far end of the map, and he's kind of directing things as well as Iron Fist. Warmorn is his name. But go ahead, take it away. And try try to imagine that the scene is very hectic because the mountain is about to fall to pieces and explode. I mean, you just keep that in mind that you're acting as quickly. So even in some cases, you might make irrational, hasty decisions because you're literally just trying to get out of here, save your lives. That gnome guard has his back to you as you approach him. He is just making sure that the last child in line is snaking his way around the other two gnome guards.
So as I'm gonna attempt this with remembering how she sounded, kind of just brush his shoulder with my hand and be like, "Hurry, darling, there's no time."
He turns around and sees your face and is kind of shocked, and he says, "Well, I don't know who you are, but you better get on the ship. I think are you the last one? There's no more gnomes left, right?" And he looks around rapidly like, "I thought that was everybody."
I'm the last. Let's hurry.
Well, go ahead, get in front of me. Get in line with the children. Get on that ship.
And I'm gonna also use my dash.
All right, so you file in line behind the children, and you look just like a gnome. He doesn't seem to recognize you, as perhaps Lorilla didn't meet every single gnome in the fortress. But he just thinks you're a regular or a gnome as part of their clan.
I think moving through everyone, that is as far as I can go.
Okay, and yeah, you can move through their spaces. They're not blocking your movement because currently they're seeing you as an ally.
And that is my turn. I do ready my blade for the moment like the fighting starts to stab at this guy.
All right, so you have your hand on your sword hilt ready to draw it and attack. Wormworn is just barking his orders to the children to get on the ship as fast as they can, and he sees you pass up and he says, "Oh, good. A woman will help. These children are frightened. Try to keep them calm."
Hush, little homies, don't you fret. Sunrise gonna eat you lit.
All right, so each one of them gets 20 feet of movement on their turn. So they're just kind of filing up into the ship, taking space on the deck where they can. This gnome guard at the end kind of looks around to see if there's any more kids coming, and he doesn't see any more, so he's going to move in behind the line of children, getting in line to board the ship after. And Ikreg, it's your turn.
Yeah, I'm trying to set up the circle properly. I don't remember how to adjust it once it's set. There is a way. I just need to reduce it by 5 feet. And then, because I'm going to cast a spell that has a 30-foot radius. Alright, there we go. Perfect. And then...
That looks like a 30-foot radius to me. And it looks like it would get everybody except one guard.
Sorry, Drepix, but also you're a goblin, I'm a hobgoblin, so I'm going to cast this spell anyway with you in the middle of it. I'm going to cast Sickening Radiance. So when a creature moves or starts its turn in there, it needs to give me a Constitution save or take 40d10 radiant damage and suffer exhaustion. So I'm going to move in to cast it near this guard and then cast it.
All right. So the first round, they still have surprise during the first round, but when they start their next turns, the spell is the noxious greenish light is all around them, making them all sick.
And then I'm gonna
Okay.
I'm gonna move 10 feet back after that. I move 20 feet forward, and that'll be my turn.
All right. So Doc, so guys, imagine this is all kind of happening at the same time. Drepix runs forward. Ikreg begins casting his spell. It's going to take effect. Dahak, you see Ikreg casting a spell. And you see him kind of gesturing that widely, like he's casting a spell that, based on his hand gestures, you know it's going to affect a wide area.
Also, I'm doing this one-handed because I'm bruised still and also have the gem in one arm. So I'm very exaggerated one-handed, as well as exhausted from being knocked unconscious twice.
Yeah, good role play. Thank you for adding that. Yeah, you guys keep in mind that you've been through some hell on the way here, so you are close to your goal, but it's definitely taken some doing to get here.
I don't want to disrupt what's going on. I'm going to ready an action to shoot one of my clockwork arrows at any one who comes at, let's say, Ikreg in an aggressive manner, to maybe interrupt his spell casting.
Okay. This gnome guard is surprised, so he doesn't really see Ikreg walk up and begin to cast his spell. He is going to move in line with the children. This gnome guard is going to get in line behind these children. The artificer is going to wait here at the top of the line, making sure everybody gets on. Gerard.
So none of them are making saves?
Yeah, if they start their turn, they make a save.
Oh yeah, they should. I just feel like that would break the surprise.
Well, then if they're surprised, they wouldn't be able to move or anything, right?
Well, that's why I said it was kind of a special surprise. They weren't going to react to you because they don't know you're there, but they're still... The initiative is basically started one round early before you guys started your attack. But I guess Ikreg did kind of start an attack. So let me go ahead and start with... I guess the gnome after the hawk. This guy would make a save as he moved into the space. So let me give him his con save.
Oh, just barely. Nothing happens to him.
Oh, it's not even half. Okay. And then this gnome guard up here is going to make his save.
Oh. Hey, the mage fails.
All right, so he's going to get one level of exhaustion and go ahead and roll your radiant damage. Oh, I can take the 18 unless you want to re-roll it, but 18.
I'll re-roll it.
Okay.
Pass it.
I'll take the...
And yeah, he suffers one level of exhaustion.
All right, so that's through the initiative that has acted so far. They started their turns in the spell. But the mage, sensing that he took some damage, is going to move out of the range of the spell as he sees the sickening cloud appear. So he moves to the edge of the landing bay. And now he's yelling and screaming.
We can see this, correct? This greenish light? Can we see through it,
Yeah.
or is it opaque?
It's not opaque, I think. From what I can tell, the light actually lights things up. It sheds a dim light in a 5-foot radius. Yeah, it's just a sphere of dim light.
Okay, as I've seen him cast this Chernobyl spell before, so I'm not going to go in there. I'm going to drop the mace in my hand, and I'm going to pull out my longbow, knock an arrow, and I'm going to shoot twice at this guy.
You have advantage since he's surprised on the first shot. That will hit him.
6 piercing, and then I'm going to knock another one. 12.
12 will miss as it deflects off of his chain shirt.
And I'm just going to try to duck here behind the stairs, having to fight at range, which I don't like doing. I don't have a choice at the moment.
Alright, this gnome guard is going to make a con save. Unaffected by the sickness, and he sees the danger now since he just took an arrow, so he is going to charge at Ikred. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25.
Can I get my attack off?
You do. You get one shot with your reaction. I just had to double check. Yeah, that is a hit. As you strike him right in the chest, he takes another arrow. Oh. I have to give you the... Does your power read that I take half damage on the save or no damage?
Oh, let me look at that. It just says on a failed DC save, the damage is there. So I'm guessing on a pass, then there's no damage.
Okay, yeah. So the arrowhead shatters. It does draw blood, but the poison does not enter his bloodstream.
And that would be for the sneak.
All right, so he's going to take 8, 9, 10, 11. And he is going to, I'm surprised, so I can move. I'm moving towards the danger, but I can't really take an action because I'm surprised during the first round. So Starla, it is your turn.
Alright, we're gonna some of these eagles. We're gonna conjure animals, 2 eagles, and then I'm gonna bonus action wild shape into an eagle myself, and we're gonna bring in the air.
Oh my god, nice. A flock of eagles. Alright, I'll let you put those up on the board. That'll be your action. You can still move them as I move into the first round of initiative where there's no surprise. Go ahead and stick the tokens on there and wait, they should be large, right?
Correct.
I must have created them as huge instead of large. My bad. So Drepix, you basically you're in the zone, so I need you to give me a con save. Which it looks like you succeed. So you are unaffected by the sickness. Okay, so now that the surprise has ended, they see that they're under attack, and you see Iron Fist basically raise his axe and order the guards to attack you or the assaulters, and he kind of turns around and says, "Get on the ship with the children and protect them." As he sees that you have a blade in it, you have a blade, so he's like, you must be able to fight.
Whatever you say.
So Ken, the Eagle initiative is 10.
Oh, I got to add them to initiative.
As I get on board, do I see any other authoritative gnomes on here, or someone who's able to pilot this?
No, the ship is. You don't see anybody else on the ship.
Okay, that's all I needed to know. I am eyeing the mage as I get on, but I'm waiting until Warmorn, Iron Fist, and the mage proceed forward a little.
From where you're standing up there, give me a perception check. Oh, did you have disadvantage on perception?
No, I had it still clicked from the last fight.
Well, go ahead and put it on normal and click it again. Okay, so from what you can tell where you are, you see a wheel, like that would be on a ship, in front of you, and you see a lever behind you that looks like it would operate a tiller. So you see that it's set up much like a sailing ship. You do see a control panel up here at the front by the wheel that has another set of symbols on it in the same shape as the button panel from the elevator.
Is there gnomish writing?
You don't see any writing anywhere on any of the controls.
As a free action before I pass my turn, can I call out to the mage and be like, "Let me help prep everything. What's the password for it?"
He looks up at you and says, "What password?" He yells, "Activate the crystal." But wait for the rest of us.
I will. And that's my turn.
Iron Fist crit his con save, so he completely ignores the effects of the spell, and he flies into a rage. You hear him roar out, similarly to Terrar, and strangely enough, even as with his size being, he's tall for a gnome. He's about 4.5 feet tall, but and very muscular. But he sounds as loud as the bugbear as he roars defiantly. And he double moves up to Ikreg. Ikreg, you see him with his, he's shorter than you, but with his great axe raised above his head, the axe head itself is above your head. And he seems like he's going to bring it down and cleave your head in half. But that's his turn. He double moved and used a bonus action.
Cool.
The children are going to make a con save. All at once.
Let's see if I can make a buffet for Terrar.
Alright, eating these ones. Plus Unless this berserker's going to eat my lunch, because I do not have any more rages.
Oh, nice. This makes me very happy.
That is crazy.
Not a one of them.
Oh my.
The reap has begun. Is that all of them, Ken?
I think Ken muted himself to curse.
Yeah.
Oh shoot! I'm talking without pressing the button. Yes, I was not muted. I just didn't press the button. I rolled 9 saves. It looks like they all 9 failed. So their bodies are filled with radiant light, and the greenish light starts pouring out of their mouths, popping their eyes out of their eye sockets, spewing out of their pores, and all 9 of the children fall to the ground, gripping their neck and with their fingernails tearing the flesh off their face as they all die.
In an overdramatic manner, Drepix, as this female gnome, is just gonna be like, "Oh my god! Oh no! Oh my god!" Keeping the ruse up.
I can't believe I just murdered a bunch of children. All right.
Welcome to the club.
Oh, it feels great, honestly.
That is a lot of dead gnome children, and they're dying in a gruesome, horrible way as radiant light is spilling out of them and just ripping them from the inside out. Yeah, they have 4 hit points, so I don't think you could have not killed them even if you rolled 4 ones. So they just all fall to the ground, clutching and dying. A couple of them kind of roll off the side here and fall 20 feet down to the base of the hangar, like where the keel of the ship is. The ones that are on the deck just roll, and one of them closest to you, Drepix, up here, his eyeballs explode out of his head, and you just see brain matter come gushing out of his eye sockets as he falls to the ground. Yeah, I'm going to just take them out of initiative. This gnome guard, I'm going to give you my con save first, but...
Damn.
So he succeeds, and he is just in a state of shock. I'm actually going to do something for fun here. Give me a second. I got to pull... Okay, I've got the chart pulled up. I am going to, for this round, anyone that saw what happened, so not Iron Fist or this gnome guard down here, but the rest of them, I'm going to roll on the temporary madness chart in the D&D guide, in the Dungeon Master's guide, and they will have a temporary madness afflicted on them because they just watched 9 gnome children obliterate.
Disintegrated goop.
So that gnome guard falls unconscious. That's what 99 on the table does. He falls unconscious, temporarily insane. He faints. He just passes out from the horror of what he's seen.
Oh man, he was right next to a known child too, so it's like that child was crawling and clawing at him. Save
yeah, and I had pointed to that one as one of the ones that clawed at his face and then rolled off the edge down 20 feet to the keel of the ship. So that child is like down here, and he's like, he just passes out from the horror of it all. So there you go, Ikreg. It's your turn.
Oh, great. No, I mean, Ikreg's just going to maniacally laugh. Look at Worm and Iron Fist in front of him. I'm going to bonus action since we did a short rest. I think I should have it back. My Hexblade's Curse. Do I get it back in a short rest? I do. So I'm going to bonus action
long rest.
Him. I think my stuff is still added. And then I'm going to slash him twice with my Greatsword. 12. And 11.
Alright, neither of those attacks are effective against his hide armor. He deflects one with his great axe, and just the other one just deflects off his thick hide armor that he's wearing. Unless you want to move away.
No, I regret that last time.
Yeah.
Understandably
so.
Both times I haven't disengaged, both times I've died.
That's true, because when you fought Grim, you moved away and also got knocked down.
My god, my patron hates my cowardice.
Yeah, apparently if you stand your ground, you do just fine. Alright, Dahak, you have a small smile as your lips curl up, and you see the horror and carnage that Ikreg has just caused.
I'm gonna let 2 fly here at the Iron Fist.
All right, I think pack tactics comes into play for this one, since Ikreg is adjacent.
I'm going to put a hunter's mark on him. There you go. And now I'll let it fly. 20.
That is a hit, but not by more than 5.
So you failed, so it's 19, 17, 20 points of damage.
Hold on, I gotta figure out how much of this is piercing. The Hunter's Mark and the Sneak Attack and the Piercing are all piercing. So that's 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 in half. Because he's a barbarian and he's raging. So he will take 8 from that and 4 from the poison since he failed his save. So he takes a total of 12 damage. Okay.
Alright, I'm going to do it again.
Ooh, almost a crit. But that does... Wait, hold on. That's a hit, but... God damn it. That's a hit by more than 10.
Nice. Okay, hold on. Let me do this one.
So all the effects happen.
Is he dead now?
No, probably not, but he's not going to do anything useful on his turn. Dahak is just eliminating my ability to do anything.
So if it's over 10, I also... Let me copy this.
Oh, paralyzation?
Oh my god, yes.
And confusion, but the confusion won't matter because till the end of its next turn, it's going to be paralyzed. And that's also when the confusion would wear off. He did save against the poison, so I took I took 6 damage from your attack. But he is paralyzed, which means he is incapacitated and any attack against him is a crit. if it's a melee attack. And you have advantage.
I feel.
Yeah, so he starts babbling incoherently and kind of looking around. He can move and act normally, but he can't cast spells that require a verbal component because he can't make words. He's like, and he also failed his con save. So, Ikreg, I need your 4d10 radiant. He takes 16.
And he has 1 level of exhaustion.
And he's going to move there and hurl a dart at you, Ikreg.
Bring it on. That'll miss.
Alright, so babbling incoherently, he just pulls a dart out of his pouch. He's just kind of in a daze. He can't make words. And he hurls a dart way off, and he's just kind of standing there dumbfounded at the horror that he's witnessed. This gnome guard is going to do his con save.
Ooh.
Damn. He falls unconscious too, doesn't he?
He also falls unconscious. However, even more gets to happen for him because 25 is how many hit points he has.
Oh, man.
So he, as he's falling unconscious, fainting from the horror that he's witnessed, his body fills with radiant light and his head explodes from the expulsion of light blowing him up. Mage, witnessing this horror, but not within range of the spell, is going to roll on the madness table. Okay, wild hallucinations and disadvantage on skills. So I'm going to say that he sees what's happening, except it's magnified tenfold in his mind. He sees demon monsters pouring out of hell and tearing the souls out of these children and eating them. But he still has control of his faculties for the most part. He is going to cast a spell.
Ooh.
That can't be right. Hold on. The spell must be wrong. Ice Storm, cast at 4th level, is not going to do frickin' 6 damage. There's something wrong.
When you cast a spell using a spell slot of 5th level, you increase it by its 2d8 bludgeoning. Plus
It's 2d8
4d6.
bludgeoning and 4d6 cold on a failed save, or half as much on a successful. Hailstones turn the storm's area of effect into difficult terrain until the end of my next turn. It's a 20-foot radius.
think that was a 20-foot radius.
All right, so he can cast it there. So I need everybody in that a 20-foot radius. Starla, you said you're 40 feet in the air.
Correct. All the birds are 40 feet.
You are out of range. 20-foot radius. He cast it on the ground, so it is 20 feet up in the air, but you are 20 feet out of its range. So I just need Ikreg, Dahak, Gamork, and Tarar to give me their dex saves. Tarar, you succeed. Dahak, you succeed. Ikreg, you succeed. What about Gamork?
Can it still be? It's a cylinder, 20-foot radius, 40-foot high.
Oh, it is 40 foot high. Thank you. Yes, it is a cylinder. So it would affect Starla and Green Dot. Gamork is going to fail. And then I just need the saves from Starla. Thank you for pointing that out, by the way.
All right, so the first one's going to be Green Dot, second one's going to be Starla.
All right, so Starla succeeds and Green Dot fails. So I'll roll the damage. I think only Gamork. Wait, Dahak, you rolled a. What did you roll? Did you have advantage? David? David, you're
muted again.
Yeah, you're muted. I can't hear you.
Yeah, no. The advantage was my arrow shot still selected, so it's a 10. I failed.
Okay, so if you failed, we'll take full damage. If you succeeded, you'll take half damage, and it's a DC 14.
Ken, I have a quick question.
Go ahead.
I'm unfamiliar how to heal my beast as a ranger. Because when we were rolling hit die to heal ourselves on that short rest, how does he heal?
Technically, there is no rule for that in D&D. So, however a DM tells you to do it is home ruled, house ruled. My impression is that since the creature is supposed to only be up to a CR half creature, it gets one hit die. So you can either heal it with its one hit die, or you can heal it with magic.
Okay, well, this will determine if Gamork dies. So a hit die for him is a D8. So I'm going to a 1D8.
Mark, is Revised Ranger still UA? Or is it actually in one of the books?
It's still UA, and I think there's some balancing issues with it, which is why they still have it published.
So Gamork's down to 2 hit points.
All right, and the area of the cone is difficult terrain until the end of the mage's next turn. So it's double. You're slowed in that area essentially. So Blue Dot Eagle is unaffected though. So what does Blue Dot Eagle want to do?
Blue Dot Eagle is gonna go down and get.
Swooping down to this gnome guard.
Sorry, I had to take off the hood from the eagle. Alright, he's going to come down there and he's going to attack once with his...
scraping at this guy with his talons. Oh, that's a crit. All right, so your character sheet probably doesn't have it in there correctly, but yeah, so you would do 12 plus 12, 13, 14, 15 plus your 2d6 that you rolled. So it's you rolled a 4 and a 2. So you would do 12, 15 plus 6 is 21 damage. Right? Wait, why does it say 2d6 plus 3 when it's plus 5? Oh, the 5 is for the crit. Okay, so instead of the 5, we're keeping your 2 rolls, which are 4 and 2, and then just adding max damage, which is 15. So yeah, 21 damage. He had 9 left, so you basically rake his face off.
Then he's gonna multi-attack and beat the other guy.
Oh, I didn't know he had a multi-attack. Awesome, do it. Rake that guy. Alright, so with his beak, he tries to peck at that one as he's hovering just above his head, and the gnome dodges out of the way.
Green dot.
Now it's your second. And he is in difficult terrain, but he can easily fly out of it. Dive bombing down to this gnome, getting out of the ice storm.
He'll start with his talons.
A 13 is a miss as it scrapes across his armor. A 15 hits as you peck him right into the face, doing 6 piercing damage. Nearly killing him.
Both eagles will stay down there.
All right, Tarar, you are in difficult terrain, but that's all. It doesn't do any more damage to you. The damage is only initially when the hailstones fall.
Bonus action.
The ground is just kind of slippery and cold.
Bonus action, ring of jumping, 10 feet, jumping to here. And I'm going to tear into the paralyzing guy.
Oh yeah, you have advantage. Yeah, he's paralyzed, and if you hit him, it's a crit automatically. That is a hit.
Okay, here comes. I'm just going to roll the damage out. So it's going to be 10 plus 10 for 20 plus.
No, because then you're adding your mod twice, right?
It's
10 plus 6.
Yes, 10 plus 6. Sorry, so 16 plus 5 for 21, and then here comes the second attack. So 21 bludgeoning. Here comes the second attack. I gotta make sure I don't hit the rate. 27.
Oh, almost a crit. Again, well, I mean, it is a crit, but almost a double crit.
Okay, so that's going to be 7 plus 6. 11. No, 13. Jesus, I can't do math right now. And then here comes the smite critical again. 13 plus 4. 17 total.
Alright, he took all that damage. He is getting beat up.
That is the end of my
Wait, as a paralyzation makes you incapacitated, correct?
Yeah.
I believe it does. If so, that ends rage. He can't be raging while he's paralyzed, so I took all the damage. I won't put it back. Because, yeah, incapacitation ends a rage. Alright, he is done. Or if you're done.
Yeah, that's all I got.
Alright, this gnome guard here that's almost dead, and kind of babbling incoherently, is going to turn around and stab at the eagle with his war pick. Because he can't speak intelligent words to cast a spell like blindness or blur. So he is just going to war pick that eagle. Plunging his war pick. Green dot. He plunges his war pick into green dot eagle for 8 damage. Oh, I killed it?
It had
Woohoo!
7.
Awesome! I actually killed something. All right, that's gonna end his turn. He can't move away without provoking, and he just plunged his war pick into this eagle, and it vanished, like poof, in a cloud of pixie dust. All right, Starla, it's your turn.
That gnome just killed my bird.
It did, and it's almost dead. I mean, it had its eyes almost pecked out.
See if I can do... Okay, talons first.
That does hit. Oh shit, I don't think you can not kill him. Yeah, that talon, just, you rip his armor off and then put your talons into his chest and pull out his heart.
I don't think I'll attack a second time. I'm just gonna fly back up my 40 feet.
Oh,
you
you
can't-
can't attack?
You can't do a beak on Iron Fist?
Alright, let's do a beak on iron.
You have advantage.
Advantage.
Don't forget to click it. He's paralyzed. That'll hit, so roll damage and we'll figure out your crit amount because you crit against him. I hate the hawk right now. So that would be 9 plus 5. Or no, you rolled a 2, so that would be 5. Wait. Why am I not able to figure this out? It's 9 plus whatever you rolled. 11. So you rolled a 2. So that's 11 points of damage for the crit.
Then I'll fly back up my...
There you go.
He's paralyzed, so yeah, he can't opportunity attack you as you fly back up. And Drepix, it's your turn as you see your monstrous friends just decimating these gnomes. And the mage is yelling at you for help. He's like, take off! Just take the ship off! Go to the crystal! Activate it! Just leave me! Save yourself!
Jervis kind of looks, it's just, okay. Is the Sickening Radiance still active?
Yeah, Ikreg hasn't, or unless it has a duration. I thought it was concentration, but
It is concentration for like a minute, but it's still going.
yeah, I haven't been able to hurt Ikreg to break his concentration, so it's still going.
Okay, so I am not moving into that field.
Be brave!
Man, ninja over the sail and kill that mage. Please do something.
I'm gonna cast some spells if he doesn't. I'm gonna make life miserable.
That's why I was
Otherwise,
asking if
Terrar's
you have
gonna throw you
radiance.
off that ship when we're up in the air.
I think Drepix was hoping the mage would help him fly the ship.
I wanted to make sure I knew how to fly it, and then I was going to take care of him, but I wanted the radiance out of the way to make it easier to get the sneak attack, but I'll just do this.
Ikreg, are you holding the artifact? The cube?
It's on my person. I don't have it in one of my hand.
Okay.
So,
No, that's excellent. I'm glad you have.
as I lean over and look at him, I kind of wave goodbye to him as my eye begins to glow green.
Oh, You're going to throw an acid glob at me. So I have to make a dex. He nimbly dodges out of the way as he recognizes your magic, and is shocked that you would attack him.
That would be a mercy! That would be a mercy! And I duck around.
Warmorn, Iron Fist. Oh, and then you move down to the bottom of the stairs there, at the edge of the noxious cloud of radiant death. Warmorn is paralyzed until the end of his next turn, which is this turn. So he is going to shake his head and come to, seeing the wounds all over him, and that will end his turn. This gnome guard is unconscious, and therefore he cannot make a con save, so go ahead and roll your 4d10 damage. Okay, Craig? Oh my god, 25 is how many hit points. And he hadn't been hit yet, so he goes from unconscious to just dead.
You can still make wisdom saves while you're on.
Yeah, I guess I could make it. I mean, it is based on his health, right? Con is your health, your fitness. So, I mean, I'll give him a con save, but even half of that...
He doesn't take half of seats.
Yeah, you just fail strength and dexterity save.
Alright, well, I failed. So, he takes the 25 damage. So, as he starts to wake up, he takes a deep breath, and then his chest explodes. Radiant energy comes pouring out of him. And everything within your circle is dead, Ikreg, if you feel like dropping it now.
Yeah, I'll drop it.
I mean, it's a free action. You can do that as a free action.
Yeah, now that everything's dead, I'll drop it.
And it is your turn anyway, so yeah, you're like, snap your fingers. The things, you're like, it's done its job.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna attack this guy. My greatsword. And I'm going to, because I'm hoping a 20 hits, Eldritch Smite him as well.
A 20 does hit him. And he is not, I mean, he's not paralyzed anymore, so he would just use his regular armor class. Did you just do 36 points of damage?
Yeah, I went overkill because I really ain't.
Well, yeah, you can describe how you would like to destroy Iron Fist before he got to do any of his cool shit that I built.
Oh yeah, I take, after dispersing my magic with a snap of my fingers, grab my greatsword with both hands, and as I go to slice through him using the last of my magical energies, my blade turns dark and shadowy as I tear through his body, creating wisps of flame that slowly turn into a specter as I can also do that too, and bring his soul back, damned to serve me until the end of the day.
As he falls to the ground, those who are around him, so Dahak, you're kind of down the stairs a bit, so you don't get a clear view of this, but Tarar, Ikreg, and Starla, you can see it kind of above him. The gauntlets on his hands fall off of his hands when he falls to the ground. You can see tendrils of his flesh attached to the inside of the gauntlets, almost as if they were glued with some kind of sticky substance to his hands. And attached by a ring to the end of, or to the forearm part of each gauntlet is a bunch of chain, and the chain was wrapped around his wrists. And you can see that the chain was strapped to his wrist with a leather strap at one end of the chain. So think of God of War's swords, but they're fists. And when you see his hands underneath the giant fists, the fists are big, like Incredible Hulk fists that you put on your hands. And they move. When your hands are in them, he was gripping a great axe with those iron gauntlets. His hands inside the gauntlets, though, are quite small, almost like, Orange Cheese Puff Donald Trump's hands, as he's got the tiny little baby hands.
Another thing of note is as he dies, I also absorb some of his health, with my Hexblade's curse.
You do because you cursed him. Right,
and
so-
is also a specter now. Because I
Okay.
can do that. I don't know how to move the picture of
You should be able to just drag and drop the Spectre token from the list onto the map if you want.
Oh, there it is. Okay, I was gonna say every time I do it, it was coding everything. There we go.
Yeah, so you can have your Spectre of Warmorn Iron Fist. Dahak, you heard the metal crash to the wooden floor, and you heard the Warmorn's scream of horror as he was cleaved almost in half.
Well, after being
and-
ice blasted, I started searching for some type of magician, and I see this guy out here. And
Well, you have to get to the top of the stairs to have a line of sight to him. You're 10 feet down.
let me do that.
But it's difficult terrain in the circle, but you have plenty of movement. I think you can get up there. You see no other danger. The only other enemy you see is the mage, actually.
So with Gamork's good movement speed, I can get out of that circle and see him clear as day. And I am going to let an arrow fly. Unfortunately, no advantage sneak attack. So just normal. 26.
That is a hit by more than 5.
Oh, so you cast shield to get it below the 10?
Yep.
Okay. So,
And I'm holding my middle finger up to you right now, David. Just so you know, if there was a camera, you would see the middle finger.
I forgot to say this step first, so it's your call. But I needed to move Hunter's Mark over to him since Iron Fist died.
I'll allow it. You went up the stairs specifically to target the mage, so I could say bonus action. You marked him.
Okay.
You don't get your sneak attack.
Right. Do you do the con save for the poison?
I do have to do the con save. So he's going to take 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 total damage. And he is confused.
And I will go ahead and let my second one fly. Ooh, only a 14.
Yeah, he currently has a 20 AC with shield until the beginning of his next turn. So the 14 is deflected off of his magical shield.
Okie dokie. Yep. That would be it.
It is his turn. Seeing that enemies are approaching from all corners of the map, and seeing that Drepix, who he thought was a gnome, cast Acid Splash at him, he is going to cast a spell on himself.
Well, in the confusion, doesn't he have to do
Oh
a
shit,
melee
he has to...
attack at it?
You're right, his action... Oh man, I wanted him to live. Fuck you, David. Never giving you a magic item ever again. You suffer. I think the confusion says, I have to honest. The target must use its action to make one weapon attack. It doesn't have an enemy within 30 feet of it. And moving beforehand if necessary to get in range. It's going to dash onto the ship up to Drepix.
He could make it there in 30 feet, yeah?
He has 25 feet of movement as a gnome. So he has to double move with a dagger drawn, clumsily running towards Drepix. And he can't attack because he has to double move to get there. And his AC is now 15.
I almost want him to get away with the thought that this gnome female druid tried to kill him. Tarnish her memory.
Well, he's gonna die in your face. You're gonna be the last thing he sees. He's a little confused, though. He has no control of his faculties, really. He's just kind of dumbfounded.
Either of those hit?
12. The 15 will hit. That is his AC, and he's not going to use a reaction to cast shield because he's confused.
If he did cast fly, would he be able to outrun my eagle's 80 feet of fly?
He would not. It would give him 60 feet of movement.
Alright, I'm going to attack and just stay there.
The beak almost drops the mage as he kind of turns around. He's looking all over now as he just got stabbed in the back by a giant eagle's beak. He doesn't know what to do. He's completely confused. Oh, and this goes away. Apparently it won't let me select it, but the ice storm is no longer there. Because it only lasts until the end of his next turn after he casts it. Hailstones melt. So Terrar, it's your turn. You see the mage just ran up on the ship in a confused manner with a dagger drawn, trying to run at Trepix. After getting hit with one of Dahak's poison arrows.
Terrar's going to pick up this rock gnome, throw him over his shoulder, and then he's going to grab the body of the berserker one and just kind of grab it by the leg, and he's just going to move 30 feet, dragging them towards the boat, getting ready to eat them.
All right, so dragging behind Terrar because the gauntlets are attached to the wrists of Wormworn are the iron gauntlets, and the chains themselves are 20 feet long. So just imagine that 20 feet behind you are two gauntlets being dragged by chains.
Okay. 30 feet. Or 40 feet.
Unless you remove the leather straps around his forearms, those chains will stay attached to him. So the gauntlets are just being dragged.
I'm taking them with me.
Yep.
That's the end of my turn.
All right, Starla, it's your turn.
Actually, I'm going to reflavor that, Ken.
Okay.
I'm going to grab the bodies, and then I'm going to jump onto the boat.
Nice. Just whoosh. When you land on the ship, you land with such force that one of the ropes mooring it to the dock snaps, and the front of the ship starts to sway a bit. Starla's going to get the kill here. Watch. Uh, 15 is what you need. That's his AC. 12. He had 3 hit points left. So as you slash at him, you just rip his throat out. And
I'll just kind of like land him, basically fall down on top of him and grab him to the.
Right on. He falls down dead. We are out of initiative, so I am going to give this a description, and we'll end there tonight. You guys... oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, I was going to say, I wanted to pick up the great axe that's still on the floor. I know Gerard took the gauntlet jump.
Yeah, the great axe was left on the ground. You can pick that up and take it with you if you want. So as you make your way onto the ship, there's a couple of bodies of the children. The mage's body is on the ship. But you can quickly tell that there is nobody else on the ship. The ship was being loaded with the last of the people who had made it to the hangar. There are several, you can hear screams coming from far away areas as gnomes are dying and the rocks are falling. There is one mooring line still attached. The rear end of the ship is attached to the dock. But the ship seems to be floating already in its hangar bay.
Oh, did you blast that thing, Ikrig?
Yeah, I'll do that.
All right, so as Ikrig, with his bruised arm, he's kind of holding that battle axe, just dragging it on the ground. And with a flick of his wrist and a few magic words, he launches an eldritch blast at the rope, just severing it in two. The ship immediately lurches forward, actually, and crashes a bit into the rocks that are piled. Let's just say there's a rock pile in front of it, and the front of the ship becomes a little bit damaged, and it's just hovering there. This crane gets flung to the side as the wing butts up against it, and now this crane kind of swings out to over here.
He did say something about activating the crystal, right?
The crystal is glowing already.
Okay, Drepix is gonna walk up to the helm and see if turning the wheel will move the ship.
Alright, so as you get up to the wheel and you start to turn it, the wings on one side lower and the wings on the other side raise, and the ship turns it starts turning around as you have the wheel turned all the way around, and now the nose of the ship is pointed out of the opening in the hangar, but the ship is not moving forward.
I look towards that lever I saw. Was it just one lever, or are there other buttons?
No, there is a lever behind you, like where the tiller of a normal ship would be. You know what a tiller is? Maybe you don't. You weren't in the Coast Guard. But I don't know how much you know about boats. A tiller is a giant pole that attaches to a big flat piece on the back of the ship that when you push it one direction turns the ship left or turns the ship right. It's like a fin on the very back of the ship. So the lever behind you on this part of the ship moves to the left and to the right. It almost does the same thing as the wheel.
So Drepix is looking for any other button that might help move the ship forward or up into the air more.
You see the panel of several buttons, a few dozen of them in front of you.
I'll start tinkering with buttons.
Alright, as you start pushing the buttons, the ship starts to make some erratic movements in the dock. The crossbows also start to aim in various different directions that are on the ship. The crossbows auto-load, and a few of them start to fire, shattering wood and stone as the giant bolts, think like Game of Thrones style crossbows that kill dragons. The bigger ones, anyway. The tiny ones in the back are just regular crossbows. But they launch arrows, and the ship eventually, you find a button that lurches the ship forward, and the ship exits the hangar just as the hangar door cracks and falls down, burying the hangar in rubble. Ahead of you, about a few miles ahead of you, now that it's daylight out here, so those of you with aversion to daylight, your eyes are burning right now, as you haven't been in daylight for over a day and a half, maybe 2 days now. It's been since you've been there. You see a couple dozen of these airships flying ahead of you, but they're all headed south, and you know that the war that Ushrak is fighting is to the north, that you traveled south to get to this mountain range. Do you wish to follow the gnomes that are escaping the mountain, or do you want to turn your ship to the north?
Who remembers where we're supposed to meet that person?
Terrar's eating the remains of Warmorn Iron Fist, like trying to consume his strength and put his strength into him. I'm not making any more decisions. I'm eating.
I mean, we can always go back to that clearing that we met her at. I as a player, Connor does not remember. I don't know if Ikreg would or not. He's a smart guy.
So I think Drepix will turn the wheel north.
North it is. To the north.
right, so go ahead and position yourselves on the ship where you would be, where you would think you would be stationed. And I'll give you a little wrap up here. I think Drepix is probably driving the ship, maybe with Ikreg's help. That makes sense. There is a very large, like scorpion-sized crossbow on the front of the ship, and then the regular crossbows are positioned on the side of the ship. This is the actual ship. I think it was Brad that sent me this picture, or Jeremy, one of the twins. But I love it. This is the airship. The other one I just was part of the hangar map that I found.
Oh, so the wheel's in a different spot on this one.
Yes, so position yourself where the wheel is. This is the accurate depiction of the ship. And the crystal is actually in the back. And it is glowing and leaving a cloud of blue magic behind it as it flies away. So you guys are there. But if you basically are going to be traveling for 3 days on this airship. So you will get a full rest. You can heal up. And as you start flying to the north, you can see up ahead large clouds of black smoke as if swaths of the wilderness are on fire. And you can hear, even from this height, the shrieks and sounds of war. You see siege engines, trebuchets launching boulders across a wide field, a giant plain. You see a huge army marching from the west to the east, and a giant horde of orcs, hobgoblins, goblins, bugbears. You see Ushrak's army pouring forth from the trees, the forest that's on fire behind them, into this great field, facing off against a line of cavalry. And that's where we'll end tonight.
Oh, man.
Can't believe I survived that last fight without any rage. So
Yeah, so Iron Fist has some pretty cool abilities that I didn't get to use. I'm gonna have to make sure I have lots of targets for Dahak to shoot at, so he can waste those arrows and get rid of them.
Well, I was just going to ask Ken, is it worth searching this ship for some more of these arrows? Because I am running low.
You don't find any more of those arrows, but you do find a couple of quivers of regular arrows on board the ship. And you find many crossbow bolts. The crossbows are actually auto-loading, either from the panel where Dahak is, or Drepix is stationed, or there's a lever on the crossbow themselves that auto-loads them, which means you can fire them once per round without having to load them.
Yeah, Dahak is very interested in these heavy crossbows and is going to spend his time kind of figuring them out, tinkering with them, and being able to use them when the time is needed.
So thank you for bringing that up, Starla, because it did slip my mind. I can take care of that tonight. Actually, that makes sense. Anybody who wants to mess with the panel at the controls of the ship can give me an Arcana check. And that can be any of you. You can all take turns trying to teach each other or show each other how the panel works. But you're welcome to try out different things. You have 3 days of experimentation. Intelligence is Arcana.
Well, if it's within the 24 hours since we got our last boon, I instantly crit on Arcana check.
Oh,
Just post that.
well, Arcana is an intelligence check, so you can just take a look at the panel and basically you would be memorizing what each person is doing. Consider natural 20, actual 10. There's a short term. Oh, well, go ahead and give me. Oh, yeah, give me a roll, because if you don't beat a DC of 8, you get a short term madness.
I've had this boon for a while and I never got to use it, so I want to use it.
Go ahead. Oh yes, yes. All right, so if you could please, you roll the D100. I want you to determine your madness. Let's see what you get.
We're throwing Starla overboard.
Oh man.
Who's standing next to her?
My Spectre. It's the closest thing.
So essentially, Starla, you start randomly attacking the thing next to you. So whoever was standing next to you at the panel, you just start beating on them with your club.
Fuck. They're going to be
And,
intrepid.
I mean, you get 3 days of rest. So I mean, the madness passes. So it's not something that it's essentially in. Yeah, that's perfect. So Drepix, as Starla is overcome with a little bit of ferocity, she starts pounding on your head with her club, hitting you a couple times, almost knocking you across the deck.
Might miss actually. My AC's pretty high with that sword.
But it's the way the madness is written. It says for the next couple rounds, nice, a crit and an 18. Yeah, you're just wailing like bam bam. But I mean, you would eventually
Technology bad.
1d10 minutes. Is that what it's?
Short-term madness, 1d10 minutes.
Yeah, so that would be 10 attacks. Three. That's the lowest you could get, but that's a round. And I mean, and you can. This can be storified. I don't think you're going to kill Drepix with your club, but you did hit him a couple of times. They probably tied you to the mast for a little while as you calm down, and then the madness passes, and you don't really know what came over you, but you do understand the panel. So those who rolled an 18 or higher on this Arcana check, which looks like Chest Starla, is who I'm going to count. You can control the ship without having to make a check. If there's a situation where you need to do something with the ship, anybody else would have to give me an intelligence check as their action. You can basically
Basically,
control
they're
the
like,
ship
should we
without
throw the
using-
crazy lady over? Nah, she's the only one who knows how to run.
Yeah, you have a crazy pilot. The only one who knows how this thing works is somewhat mad. But then if your boon only lasts 24 hours, it would pass. And by the third day, you are essentially an expert pilot. You're not entirely sure how the magic of the ship works, but you know which buttons to push on the panel to make which wings work, to make it dive, to make it climb, to make it tilt to the side, turn. You know how to control it. You just don't know why it works necessarily. And yes, there are cabins below. It's just like a regular ship with cabins below. And since there are no other crew on the ship, it's just the 5 of you. There's plenty of space. There's also a lot of food, lots of stores. There's all kinds of cool little gnome board games that you guys can play in the cabin down below. And you get to just have a 3-day relaxing soar through the skies as you approach this battlefield down below.
Can I put the iron fists on my hands?
Yes, you can,
Okay.
if you would like to. So I'll send you the. I assume you're gonna attune to them.
Yes, actually,
they
I
are-
can attune to that.
They are a
Really?
magical item.
I can only attune to one item, and that'll be my attunable item, I believe.
Okay, then you have to choose between. Well, I don't know if the mace is the mace a tune item.
I believe the mace is non-attunable. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to use it.
Oh, because you're attuned to the ring. But yeah, look. The I'll send you the stats for the fists. You could even experiment with them over the 3 days to figure out how they operate and whether or not you want to attune to them over another item. There is nothing like potions on the ship. That's a good try. No, the ship was loaded with weapons and food stores and medicine for the children. And there is a battle raging below. Actually, I do need one more check to leave as a cliffhanger. Dahak, will you give me a perception check, please?
Just close the character sheet.
Is it sunlit when he's making this check?
You said perception, right?
Yeah. It's actually going to be against his hearing.
If it's any better, my passive perception was 15.
All right, I'll use your passive. You can't pinpoint it, but as you were flying away from the mountain during that first 24-hour period, and then seemingly on the following 2 days as well, you could hear almost a cracking sound, like a thunderclap, every once in a while in the clouds behind you.
In addition to that, Ken, was there ever a massive explosion? Like, I know the mountain was kind of falling apart.
Yes.
But...
As the mountain caved in on itself, it basically did a Mount St. Helens, where the volcano erupted, exploded, huge plume of ash and smoke into the air, just as, and I mean, total movie scene as you guys are flying your ship out of this fireball in the sky. You got out just in time. Yeah, I forgot to describe that. Thanks for the reminder. My bad. That's a bad DM mistake. I should have known. I should have kept that tension up. But I was just glad that you guys made it out alive.
Yeah, well, some of us.
Yeah, some of you did. So yeah, I'll have the stats for you, Mark, before we play again, and then I'll send a message to Jeremy and Chris about the fact that if they want new PCs, they are literally below you right now.
Cool.
If they want to be monsters, there's 500,000 monsters on the ground below you.
Are you gonna do the boon thing again?
Yeah, but this is only the second session since you got a boon. So that would be next session. I will award a boon at the end of that session.
I'm hoping since we're in flight that my wonderful bird boon will come into play soon.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. November 9th is our next game. And
let me look.
If all goes, you guys actually made it further than I thought we were going to have to end in the hangar. So you guys got through that hangar really quickly because Craig killed everything in the first round. So I have a feeling that we would be done on the 23rd.
Wow.
I think I have 2 more sessions of content. You guys have the object. There is a big scene coming up next session. It's a big, awesome, I can't wait scene. And then the 23rd would be our final game.
Can I toss this out there? The 23rd is the weekend leading into Thanksgiving. I'm actually going to be on vacation. So I don't know if, I'll just miss the last session or if we want to postpone it until after Thanksgiving or try to do maybe like the 16th. Just some ideas.
Okay, well, I definitely don't want anybody to miss the final session. That's kind of a cool wrap up that I have planned. But I'm open to doing the 30th. I mean that's a vacation for a lot of people anyway after Thanksgiving. So, but I don't know what anybody else
play on the 23rd. so I wouldn't be able to make it that night.
Okay, so we'll plan our final session sometime before or after the 23rd then. If the 9th works for everybody, I'll just focus on getting through that session, and then we'll do our final session whenever you guys think is a good time. Mostly, I just wanted to give Mark the heads up. If he wanted to run Route B, or take that over again, it would be December. If you wanted to start it then, or whatnot.
No, we definitely won't start that until next year.
Okay, then we'd have a bit of a break, a month or so off.
I figured just in case, because the holidays are coming.
Well,
and
since
it always messes everybody's schedules up, so that gives you some leeway in case we have to postpone some stuff.
Yeah, and I could also drag out my final session and make it 2 sessions so that we get 2 weeks instead of a month off. But either way, we'll see. I mean, the combats might take a really long time too, and who knows? I may need 3 more sessions, but I think I can do it in 2.
Ken, since we have a couple of people on, I know that we're not anywhere near finalizing my potential weekend campaign, but what were those dates that Dylan and Kai were available?
I'm checking. December. Basically, from December 7th, December 6th is their last day of school, until January 6th. So from December 6th to January 6th, January 6th is their first day back. So we could say till like January 3rd. But basically the whole month of December, they're off of school.
Okay. I'm going to try to figure out a time to come up there for a weekend for the campaign that I'm writing, like we did with the monk campaign. So I would invite all of you guys, and if Dylan and Kai can make it, it's just something to think about, keep in the back of your minds. I don't know if any of you have any vacations or will be gone during that period of time in December, but just keep it in mind.
Yeah, I'm definitely down. I have a set of dice that I've never used, so.
And I'm not going to spoil anything, but you want to be there. David has really gone all out on this one. I mean, I would compare it to our Halloween game at Chris's, where he built that huge diorama of the frickin' graveyard scene, which was pretty awesome. I mean, I had a good time that weekend, so I think it would be similar to that weekend.
Nice. I can make
or the month campaign. So it'd be fun. I think it'd be a lot of fun for us to be there. And I will kick my mom out of the house for the weekend, and we can have the house. So.
And even looking at my calendar, if they're off on the 6th and we could roll it the 7th and 8th, that might be a better weekend. But yeah, I'll firm up a date as we get closer. I'm still in the thick of writing everything. That's all.
Cool. And also, David, just keep in mind that there is a week in February where they're off too.
Yeah, it could very well push that far out.
If it has to get pushed out that far.
Yeah, I want it to be good. I want it to be perfect.
Right on.
All right, guys.
Thank you,
well,
everybody.
thanks.
Thank you, Ken.
I'll send a message out to the group. I feel kind of bad for killing 2 players, but hey, death happens sometimes in D&D, and I mean, it's happened to me. So.
Yeah, I think overall it was pretty fun. I got to murder children, so.
I actually don't mind the death scenes. They both kind of played out. I like the way they played out, but there was a couple of options for the cube room that you guys could have done that would have made it a little easier and safer. But there was a danger. That's why I created the D20 roll and what happens if on what you roll. There were 10 different options.
All right, well, both Starla and Twitch.
Yep. All right. Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody.
Night.